Seahawks, which I know that's not getting into the show today. Seattle, wake up. The whole division is up for grabs, for crying out loud. And you're going to lay an egg against the Giants? Should have been a penalty, too, on the blocked field goal.
If it's hot, it's here. The best new stuff is at GNC. GNC brings you some of the best new products first from brands like Optimum Nutrition, Ghost, Bloom, and more. GNC has the newest breakthroughs in muscle building, weight loss, and wellness, and the best energy drink flavors. If you heard about it at the gym, you can bet that conversation started at GNC. Ask a coach about the newest drops at your GNC store or shop our full collection online at gnc.com today. If it's hot, it's here. GNC.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card good for use at Villa Basilari in Buena for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
Seizethedeal.com. Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead. With male breast reduction, many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your time with Dr. Lyle M. Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER. Or visit ilovelyle.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here. There is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-791-1313. That's 800-791-1313.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
1 minute.
Get in zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free fix finder service can help find the fix for free.
This whole report for free?
That's right. Printed and on your phone for free.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix finder, only at AutoZone. 30 seconds. Restrictions apply.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screams. Go to the Gallery.
Mike, you got me?
Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win.
Remember, you have the
at
two
Ocean
audio bites
Casino
coming out
Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
He's got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Just in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program?
Yeah. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. You can see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Swing and a line drive, base hit left field. That's headed to the wall, and headed home is Trey Turner, and the Phillies have won game 2. Nick Castellanos with the RBI knock, and the Phillies walk it off. And this series is even at a game apiece.
I don't know how he's done it and played 162 games because he's just a workhorse. And I'm so happy for him because I know that there's been a lot of talk about Chase and this stuff. He can hit. That was a big night for him. The home run to tie it up and then the base hit to win it. He's just been grinding all year.
Rob Thompson, Nick Castellanos, you heard the game live on 97.3 ESPN. That's how it went down. A come from behind, a hard stopper. A hard stopper as the Phillies tied the series up 1-1 for the come from behind win. The ninth inning. Nick Castellanos is back. Welcome everybody to the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. This match is live. I'm Mike Gill. Bob Wankel with the show today. He is our on-site producer. Doc Henning is back in the studios. We are at Ocean Casino Resort. I can't imagine. Can you imagine what it was like? 2-0, 3-0, 3-3, back and forth. What a game. What a game, man. Especially at a
for a couple hours yesterday, those first 6 innings.
How many crunched up tickets are in that trash can over there? And then re-pulled back out, like trying to unsprinkle them to see if they work.
Yeah, pair that up with the NFL tickets, and I'm sure it was an interesting day down here.
I don't even know where to start. Saturday, awful game. You get the lead-off homer, and you're thinking all this layoff talk, the rust, and he comes out, Schwarber hits a bomb. That place must have been unhinged. And then nothing. Kerplunk. We can talk about the decisions in that game. Wheeler, 111 pitches. They take him out. You go to Strom. You go to Hoffman. That's the blueprint. And the blueprint, like you've gone to all year, your most trusted assets, they turn their back on you.
Yeah, and I mean, that was what was so deflating about the Game 1 loss. You feel like this is our best shot. Our guy went out and shoved for 7 innings, and then you walk out of the Citizens Bank Park down 1-0, and you go, okay, even if we get even if we knot this thing up, so you needed that energy yesterday. That type of win, I think, was kind of rejuvenating. I think it's reset everybody, and you say, okay, they're the best team. Now you go up to New York, and you do what you have to do, and if nothing else, you split. You come back for Game 5. You have arguably the best pitcher, big game postseason pitcher active right now in Zach Wheeler.
Do you have any, I wouldn't want to spend a lot of time on the Saturday game, but a 111, I mean, you got to make that decision, right? I mean, are we in a world that 111 pitches means you got to take that guy out, or is it the playoffs? You got to empty the tank.
Yeah,
What's the decision there?
I think Rob's decision was to bring Wheeler back out in the 7th, and then that was pushing it. So in his mind, there was no world where he was going back out there 111 plus for the 8th inning. Strom and Hoffman are 2 of the best relievers in the National League. This is the blueprint. These guys have to lock down outs late in games, and if they don't, it's not going to work. So to me, it was a no-brainer to bring in Hoffman in that spot. It didn't work out, and it was a tough loss.
It was. I mean, it was deflating. I mean, Saturday, we can get into it all. 609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973. I ended up going to Delaware. I was at the Dewey Beach Country Club Bar. That place was rocking. It was packed. It was Dewey Goes Pink weekend. So it was a breast cancer walk. 5,000 people were a part of this walk. I mean, these bars were pouring with people out, and this place was stunned. It was stunned silence in this place. It was awful energy. But I had a great time thanks to the people down there at the Dewey Country Club. It's not a country club like a golf course. That's just the name of the bar. Very golf theme in there. But I couldn't believe how crazy it was you always think to yourself, how do you hit a home run to start this place? The place is juiced, and then you can get nothing afterwards. I mean,
the shadows.
The shadows, right. I will say this. Major League Baseball has to do a better thing. For 162 games, you play at 7 o'clock at night or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then your biggest games of the year, you put them at a time that you play, once or twice the whole year? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's not a great look. And listen, I mean, you're talking about being down in Dewey, and that sounds awesome. You and I had very different viewing experiences this weekend. I was on my deck with a 19-month-old and a 3-year-old tugging at my shirt as I was watching the Phillies implode in the 8th inning. So it was
Saturday.
It wasn't great. Like,
well, hey, listen, playoff time. I said I wanted to do something a little different. So we took the ferry over there, got into a spot, had a great spot, and I got to tell you, it was awesome. But yesterday was a little different for me. I'm driving home because we didn't take the ferry home. We drove all the way around. So here I am on Route 1 in Delaware watching on my phone from the first inning to the 5th inning. I pull into my driveway, and here comes Bryce Harper. The Bryce Harper home run really changes the complexion of what this team is right now, because without that, they obviously probably don't win this game. But that home run sets the tone. And then Nick Castellanos, who, by the way, I have been ultra tough on, and I'm not saying I'm out of the weeds on this yet. Why? Because, Bob Wankel, we have seen him carry this team in the DS last year. He was unbelievable against the Braves. It was the CS that has me a little bit, a little trepidation on buying into Castellanos. But he did what he did in the DS last year. He carried the team. He hits the home run to tie it, then the game-winning hit. But that home run by Bryce Harper changes the narrative. But God almighty, the Mets, they keep coming back. You get the Nimmo home run. They get the lead again. But then, we're going to get into this a little bit later. Stott, my buddy texted me before the game. What, is Thompson on crack? He's got Stott in the 5-hole. I said, well, he did hit there all year last year.
Group messages across the Delaware Valley yesterday had to be an absolute cesspool.
Yes.
Real-time reactions.
I said,
horrible takes,
here's the
myself
thing.
included.
Yes, here's the thing. Okay, so when they had Stott in the 5-hole, what's your reaction?
For a championship team, that's a pretty light-hitting 5-hole hitter.
Well, last year he hit in the 5-hole all for pro season, and they came up short. I get that. But I guess the answer is I don't like him in the 5-hole either, but they just don't have a guy to hit there. They just don't have a guy with Bohm going the way we can get into the Bohm stuff. JT just hasn't been an impactful bat. Marsh has been utter nothingness. So they really just don't have a guy to hit in that spot. So they went back to Old Faithful, the guy that carried them in that spot. I don't say carried them, but he had some big hits for them. Obviously, the Marlins Grand Slam sticks out. But to hit that ball, the triple down the line, I mean, whew, my gosh, what an unbelievable moment.
Yeah, if nothing else, I mean, it's been a tough year for Bryson Stott. There's no question about it. He's definitely taken a step backward this year. He kind of thought that maybe he'd be a fringe all-star player, and it's not materialized like a lot of people, myself included, thought it would. But he still does have a knack to perform in the big moment, and he did it again in a huge spot last night, and you hope that when he gets his next start, which might not be tomorrow, that he's able to kind of build on that and continue to deliver for this team, because it does seem like they're a little bit short offensively again. As you get up into October, you face better pitching. You just wish they had a little bit more thump. And Mike, we could talk about the starters. We could talk about the issues of Strom and Hoffman and all of these different X factors. To me, the biggest thing does come back to Nick Castellanos. Can you get somebody to consistently protect Bryce Harper and make teams pay for pitching around him? And last night they got it.
Well, I thought they brought it up a lot during the broadcast. Who's doing the game?
Brzezinski, Adam Wainwright.
And Wainwright, yes.
Yeah.
They brought it up multiple times. If it's me, I'm making sure someone can Harper beat me. I have to. Nick Castellanos has to be the guy to beat me. So, look, I don't blame them for pitching around Harper and going after Castellanos, but the Phillies are going to need consistent Casty. It's the question. I think it was the biggest question going in. We kept, we went back and forth. The people coming at me on the text board, he's done this all season long since the All-Star break. His numbers is great. I saw him carry this team in the DS last year, and then in the CS, he was atrocious. So he's not out of the woods yet, but they need every ounce of this.
There's always going to be runs with any hitter, especially, though, a guy like Nick Castellanos, who is more reactionary. It's see-ball, hit ball. It's being aggressive. He's going to go after pitches outside of the zone. You're not just going to change your entire DNA on the fly as a hitter, but what you can do is you can kind of mitigate some of that over-aggressiveness and really try to lock in and understand what your opponent is trying to do to you. And we saw it yesterday, and then he got some mistakes and he took advantage of it. Can he run that back? Can he keep that going? Yeah, that's going to be a big question. But look, he has been, which seems crazy to say, one of their most consistent performers. And this goes all the way back to late April, May. Every time you and I talk, you'd ask me, how much can they do this Nick Castellanos thing? And I said to you, and look, I've had a lot of horrible takes. I mean, you could play him back. We could do an entire montage where you'd be like, this guy's an idiot. But I said to you then, and I mean, it did kind of bear itself out to be true. He represented the most upside of anybody they had in the outfield. They needed it to work, and that's why you continue to go to him game in, game out, even though it was so bad to watch. And he's made it pay off. And without him, they're in a mighty big trouble.
Well, and a lot of it's because, the other guy, Bohm, he's the guy that, they went to in the 4-hole last year. Why? Because Castellanos got so cold in the CS. They had to put Bohm in the 4-hole. Bohm had his moments, and Bohm, I don't know what's wrong with him now, whether it's his hand problem or he's just really pressing or struggling. He gets benched yesterday. I mean, Bohm gets benched in the game. Before the game yesterday, they go to Sosa because Bohm has been that bad. So if you're not going to have Bohm in the lineup, think about it. This guy started in the National League All-Star game. He's your most consistent guy for most of the season. I mean, the guy almost drives in 100 runs. He ends up getting hurt late in the year, and I think that kind of derails him from the 100 RBIs. But to not have him or be able to count on him, that even heightens the pressure on what Castellanos needs, because we just talked about it. You got to put Stott in the 5-hole because, quite frankly, you can't trust Bohm right now. And listen, I like Bohm probably more than anybody else out there, and I've been tough on Castellanos.
You definitely like him more than I do.
That's
I will say that.
I will admit, I like Bohm probably more than most people out there, and Castellanos I've been very tough on. But right now, Castellanos is obviously the guy you can trust more than Bohm. That being said, they need both of them.
Yeah, I mean, look, the decision to start Edmundo Sosa at third base yesterday and sit Alec Bohm is pretty intriguing. Now, a couple minutes ago, Rob Thompson met with reporters up in New York and said that Alec Bohm will be back in the lineup for Game 3. But I just don't buy it. I mean, look, I don't buy what Rob said about trying to infuse energy into the lineup. Number one, since this team was eliminated in Game 7 last year, it was all about getting back to October. There's no way that this team doesn't have enough energy or enough oomph for the moment in the second game of the playoffs. So to me, I think you have to look a little bit deeper here. Is it about the fact that Alec Bohm was 2 for his last 27? Is it about the fact that he seems to have a temper tantrum every time something doesn't go his way lately?
Well, there's a whole, he benches Bohm if it's performance. You could pick any guy right now for performance. You could
pick any guy, but he's been especially bad. And I don't know if it has anything to do with lingering injury issues with the hand.
And Thompson went out of his way to say he has not said.
And when you do that, when you say, hey, look, it's not injury-based, he is healthy, you're not doing the player any favor. You are making a proclamation that we have a must-win game today. Our season's on the line. This guy had 44 doubles last year or this season, and if he didn't get hurt, he would have knocked in over 100 runs. And we're not going to play him.
Yeah.
So what does that say about their confidence level in this guy right now?
And as Bob, as we just said, he's hitting in the middle of your lineup. I mean, so to pull your guy out who was hitting 4th or 5th for most of the season and say, we're going to take him out and then we're going to replace him with Bryson Stott in the 5-hole. I mean, you had to be really down on this player. So I don't know what the big picture is now. He's going to be back in the lineup. I don't want to go too far into what's next, but now you got a decision. Do you keep Stott in the lineup and keep him at second base, or do you shift Sosa against a lefty? Sean Manaea is pitching on Tuesday, and they're going to go with another lefty on Wednesday. So you're getting back-to-back lefties here. So Marsh, I would imagine, is possibly out of the lineup. What do you do with Stott? He's hitting in the 5-hole.
Yeah, I mean, my suspicion is that Edmundo Sosa is going to play second base in Game 3.
Get ready for the takes.
And look, if you go lefty-righty, platoon splits, all that stuff, but I mean, Edmundo Sosa is 4 for 8 against Sean Manaea, lifetime. Has a homer, has a double, so he's gotten some good looks off of him. Bryson Stott has not handled left-handed pitching very well this season in particular. Has a little bit of a history with Manaea, nothing crazy. Bohm is actually the guy that has the worst numbers of the 3. Go figure. He's 2 for 9, nothing wild, but it's all small sample size stuff. But if Bohm's playing, and Rob committed to it, he was not committing to Bryson Stott or Brandon Marsh to be in the lineup in Game 3. That led to me believe, and I mean, I've been around Rob. I haven't been down there very often here in this season, but I've covered Rob. I've been to these press conferences, kind of decipher the code. I think you're getting Edmundo Sosa tomorrow.
What's the moment in the game last night? Where does this game flip? back to Philly, turn to Philly, because you're down 3-0, and then obviously you tie it up. Then you go back down 4-3. So now you're down 4-3 after you fought, after you get the momentum, and then you caught the momentum right back up. And then, my gosh, you bring in Strom in the 9th. We can get into that decision as well. As Esteves comes in, throws 8 pitches. Now, you and I have talked about Esteves. We don't trust him all that much. You stick with Esteves here. But where's the moment in this game that is the second-guess moment for New York?
If you're New York, where did you go wrong?
I mean, to put yourselves in position to lose that game.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, look, Severino was so good, and it just escalated on him so quickly. So was it did they roll with him too long? I don't think so, because it was just boom, boom in the blink of an eye. It wasn't a slow build up to that 3-run outburst there. You know where I think that they might actually deserve a little bit of criticism is if you get into the 8th inning. Like, I thought that they were a little bit scared in the 8th. I really do. When you walk through that sequence and you get Stott up into that spot, it just, to me, it was like they probably could have elected to go after Harper a little bit more aggressively.
Ooh. And Diaz did admit that he kind of tiptoed around him a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, when you have a lead,
do you have a problem?
And you're
with
putting
them?
the time. That's where you lose me a little bit.
You have a problem with them going to Diaz in the 7th?
No, I mean, just considering how good he's been against Schwarber, and conversely how bad Schwarber has been against Diaz, that was a huge spot.
See, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem going to him
tomorrow.
in the 7th. I do have a problem. I have a little bit of a problem going back to him to start the 8th, though. I mean, Diaz has worked a ton for the Mets.
He has.
In over the last week and a half, especially. And you just wonder. And there's been signs that he's sort of leaking oil a little bit. And you maybe just say, hey, you got us that key out against Schwarber. Thanks.
It's a tough one, because I do see what the Mets, what Mendoza's doing here. He's saying, this game right here, if we can win this game, we're off tomorrow, we're up 2-0, you're not beating us 3 times in a row. So he's almost saying, this game here, I'm going with my best guy, and I'm doing everything I can to get it. The problem is, if you don't get it, what is the repercussions of that? And I don't know. You get a day off. Is Diaz now not available? I would imagine he's available Tuesday.
I think that they would strongly prefer to stay away from him an additional day, but the situation is such that you got to go all in. You have to win. This is a huge game tomorrow. I mean, I think it's fair to say the winner of Game 3 probably wins.
I would concur that the winner tomorrow, you got to feel pretty strongly. I mean, you're in a situation too. If you're Philadelphia, think about this. Oh, home field. You got to get the home field. You got to get the number 1 seed. You've won 3 straight home games. Yeah. I mean, this whole Red Sox over, the crowd's nuts. You lost 2 games against Arizona. Then you lose Game 1, and you're almost ready to lose 4 straight games at home until Castellanos bails you out.
Well, it's interesting that you bring this up, and I do wonder a little bit. Do you fall into this trap of I don't want to use the word complacency, but do you maybe get a little overconfident? You say, like, this atmosphere, this crowd, Red October, the bank will be rocking. Do you kind of use that as a little bit of a crutch? Like it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to take care of business at home. And I think that, though they won't admit it, I think there was a little bit of that last year against Arizona. Once you take that series lead 3-2 and you come back to Philly, I think that there was maybe just like a hint of additional comfort, where maybe all the attention to detail wasn't quite there. You go up to New York, though. You're going into a hostile environment. Like this, you have this team's full attention going up to Citi Field this week.
Yes, that's a good point. It just, man, I mean, what you had to, I guess, like, how do the Mets feel about it? Like, the way they lost that game, you got to be thinking, oh my gosh, but they've got to be thrilled that they got the first one, and then they're in that game yesterday.
I think if you privately asked anybody in the Mets going into the start of the series, if you split in Philadelphia, are you feeling good about that? And they probably all would have signed up for
Absolutely. After what they've gone, they haven't played a home game since September 21st.
But what's interesting about it, too, is if you watch the Mets against the Brewers and then what transpired this weekend, they just are not – I don't want to make the mistake of taking anything away from them, because I think they're a dangerous team, and I think they very well could win this series. So I don't want to mischaracterize it.
Don't you feel going home, and now I have 2 lefties back-to-back here? Like, don't you feel like, hey, we got one, and now we're going home, and we have 2 lefties?
You absolutely do have to feel good about it, but a lot of this run has been And again, I don't want to diminish what they've done here, but a lot of this run has kind of been like magic pixie dust, like where we don't do anything for 7 innings, and then all of a sudden we hit a key home run, or we string together 5 hits against 2 of the National League's best relievers. There's been a lot of like magic to this, and there's a belief, right? And I don't think that losing yesterday just totally gets rid of all that, extinguishes it from the Mets. But this is one where you say, like, all right, we let an opportunity go here. But to the credit, we did the same thing against Milwaukee, bounce back, end up winning late. I just think you have 2 good teams that are dialed in right now. It's going to – I think that the ending of this series is going to be much like the beginning of it. I don't think that the mental part of splitting really helps or hurts either team at this point.
This series is unbelievable so far. I mean, the first game, even though, it's a 1-0 game into the 7th inning, and then the Mets kind of pour on a couple there. So the last couple innings of game 1, but there's so many moments and decisions. You got Strom, you got Hoffman, and the 2 of the most reliable guys you got, they let you down in game 1. Then you go to game 2. Sanchez is pitching a pretty good game, but obviously you go to Ruiz in that spot.
I sent my podcast partner, Anthony Sanfilippo, a text message in the 6th inning yesterday. And I said, I wish that somebody in my life believed in my mediocrity the way that Rob Thompson believes in Jose Ruiz's mediocrity. And I don't want to hear about the 1.99 ERA post All-Star break. Jose Ruiz is not the guy in that spot.
So where do you go there? Because Kerkering obviously gives up a dinger.
Yeah, I'm still going to just ride my best guys. I'm going to go Kerkering in the 6th and just play it inning by inning and see how things go. If the Mets get up 6-0, then sure, yeah, here you go, Jose Ruiz. I know, and again, he's been good. He's done a nice job for the Phillies. He has a place on this team, all those things. I just did not think that was the right spot for him yesterday.
I agree. When he went to Ruiz, it felt like one of those things. It's like, you're not down 5-0 in the game.
You have to win this game, Rob.
It's still right there. Yeah. You got to hold them. And he obviously gives up the home run and makes it 3-0 to Alonso.
Yeah.
It's another opposite fielder for Pete Alonso.
And
at that moment, you're thinking, oh my God. I mean, no life at all. In
that moment, you kind of felt like, look, it's only 3 runs, but the way they had been swinging the bats, the way that the momentum of the game felt, you just sort of it did. I'm sure that everybody, if they were being honest, probably felt like they were in a world of trouble at that point. But as far as bullpen usage goes, you can try to match up however you want. If your best guys aren't going to perform, then you're in a lot of trouble. And right now, the Phillies, 3 of their 4 best relievers are not throwing the ball particularly well.
Max and Ventnor says the series scares me right now. It feels that the Mets are playing to win and the Phillies are playing not to lose. A weird vibe, but maybe just me. You get that vibe?
The Mets just have a lot of belief right now, and maybe that
your
moment.
Point is a good one, though. How many times did you hit that home run in the big moment? How many times did you get that big hit in the big moment? At some point, that goes from your scorching hot. Hey, we saw it with Nick Castellanos. At some point, you stop hitting a home run every time you're up, or a double every time you're up, and then you're 0 for 14 with 13 strikeouts. That happens. That hits you hard. We'll see. So much to get into from the weekend. And don't forget, tomorrow, the game at 5 o'clock, you can listen right here on 97.3 ESPN. Aaron Nola. They went with Sanchez in game 2. Now you got the Nola coaster. Is it going to be the good Nola or the bad Nola? They got Sean Manaea going. And then Rangers Suarez on Wednesday against Jose Quintana. Lefty for the Mets. Oh, boy.
Better be ready.
We're just cooking. We're just getting started. Fanatics Sportsbook here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Mike Gill from the President of Atlantic City joined us on the other side. Now, no, Mike's the best man.
Mr. Met.
But he was there, covered it last night for the President of Atlantic City. Asked an interesting question to Rob Thompson after the game. So we'll get his perspective on it. Doug Landville at 3 o'clock today. He was on the national ESPN radio call, which you heard right here on 97.3 ESPN. So we'll get his perspective at 3 o'clock and your perspective throughout the day. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 on the text board. If you're watching the show on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show, he's Bob Wankel. I'm Mike Gill, and this is the Sports Badge on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Badge with Mike Gill. Keeping the fans on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card good for use at Villa Basilari in Buda for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com. The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead with male breast reduction. Many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your time with Dr. Lyle M. Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER. Or visit ilovelyle.com.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SUPPORT or text SUPPORT to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SUPPORT.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SUPPORT to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit CalviElectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
When I realized I was going to have to sign up for my own health insurance plan, I was ready to freak. But then I found Health Markets. Health Markets lays out a list of plans available to you. It's straightforward and so easy. And if you need help, they have licensed insurance agents you can speak with. Just dial pound 250 and say Health Markets. That's it. Pound 250 and say Health Markets.
Discover the advantages of real, personalized service today with Health Markets. Health Markets Insurance Agency, Inc. is licensed as an insurance agency nationwide except in Massachusetts. Paid actor per trail.
Take 10 grand off MSRP. 0% for 72 months. 0 payments for 90 days. Or 2 new Matt Blatt Kias for $222. You don't need a sports betting app. Get to Matt Blatt Kia and be a winner. You heard right. 10 grand off MSRP and 0% for 72 months. 0 down or 0 payments for 90 days on every clearly marked EV in stock. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? We want to get you released. New 24 Kia Forte LXS. Just $111 per month lease. Why not get 2 for $222?
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit to take grand off customer cash and dealer discount. EV9, $38,900 per thousand through KMF. 24 months, $111 per month, 10,000 miles per year. $49.50. Not all will qualify. Offers can't be combined. Go to MattBlattKiaNJ.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Football season is here. Do you have your picks in on Sleeper? Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats,
and you could win up to 100 times your money. For new users, Sleeper will even match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. Just download the Sleeper app today and use code MONDAY for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code MONDAY. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
The best call to make on game day is ordering catering from the Piccalilli Inn. For parties big or small, the Pick does it all. Your guests will be cheering for the Pick spin on football favorites like pulled pork nachos, cheesesteaks, burgers, and their award-winning buffalo wings, tails, and ears. Get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccalilli Inn. Join the flock and follow the Pick on Facebook or at Piccalilli.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Harper at third. Castellanos at first. 3-2. Swing and a liner. Base hit down the right field line. Rolling towards the corner. Harper is in. Here comes Castellanos. He's on his way to the plate, and he's in. Stott into third, and the Phillies have the lead.
It's a bunch of experienced guys. They've been through it before. I think they've got a slow heartbeat and they understand situations and they just keep battling. It's a very resilient club, and you can see the same thing with the Mets. They're not going to quit either. So this is shaping up to be a classic battle.
That was Bob Thompson, and of course the Stott triple. The Stott triple. Another big hit for Stott in the playoffs. He hit the grand slam against the Marlins last year. Sports Bash Live, Mike Gill, Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad, and of course, we're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Mike Gary from the Press of Atlantic City, restafac.com, was there yesterday. All right, Mike, give us the roller coaster of emotion. When's the moment that the team slipped away from the Mets? Was there a moment that you're watching and you thought the Mets, they lost their opportunity right there? Well, he gets the home run, and then Castellanos follows it up to tie the game. But then the Mets get the Nimmo home run to kind of take the lead back. At that moment, did you feel that the Mets kind of recaptured that momentum?
Mike, what's up, man? Good to talk to you. I guess, fellow writer here, right? And we love narratives and we love storylines. I guess my question is, after the way things played out yesterday, Phillies get this huge win. Now we're all talking about Phillies having the momentum. Do you think the Mets care? Do you think the Mets care about the momentum element of it? Or do you kind of expect this team to be, given they're so battle-tested and they've been so resilient, do you just think that they let it roll right off of them and they're back at it game 3 and are going to continue to compete? Or do you feel like the Mets kind of blew their opportunity to win this series yesterday? kind of curious what you thought about the Phillies bullpen. I mean, starters go 13 combined innings and give up two earned runs, and then I guess it was 12 combined innings, 2 earned runs, and then the relievers go 6 innings and give up 10 earned. Obviously, pretty uncharacteristic based on how good those two guys have been. And I'm talking about Strahm and Hoffman specifically. What do you think happened there? It looked like the Mets were just prepared for everything they were getting from Phillies relievers in the first 2 games. Luck? Are they just dialed in? Did they have something on them? What was the deal there? Yeah, he didn't throw a ball on Saturday.
Jeez. Yeah, Mike, what about that? What about the decision to go to Strahm in the 9th? Was Thompson asked about why Strahm in the 9th over Hoffman, or why not go back to Esteves in the 9th? Why Strahm yesterday?
You and I have had a lot of conversations over the past couple of years down at the stadium, and I think I've articulated my stance that I'm not the number one Alec Boehm fan. I think there's a lot of deficiencies in his game, and I respect the numbers, and he's an above average major league hitter, but I think there's a lot of flaws there. I'm sure that you were surprised.
Are you taking a shot at me?
Mike and I just disagree on this one a little bit. But look, I mean, I think everybody was surprised that he wasn't in the lineup yesterday. I think the idea that it was Edmundo Sosa in his place to inject life into the lineup is nonsense. What was your take on why that happened? It's terrible. And I guess that's kind of what concerns me because you noted it, the smashing the helmets, throwing the bats, I don't know what word you want to use, tantrums or just these outward displays of frustration. I think it's fair to say that you don't know exactly how Alec's going to take certain things. He's not exactly the most even keel guy. So, one of Rob's strengths and something that we all point to is his handle of the clubhouse and having having the pulse of the clubhouse. But I do wonder how Alec Boehm's going to respond to that. He's going to play tomorrow. He's going to be an integral part of their lineup in Game 3. Is Alec going to say, all right, message sent, I got it, and go out there and put together decent at-bats? Or are you losing him? Are you sending him a message saying, like, look, I don't trust you. We were in a must-win game yesterday, and you weren't part of our lineup. And you're a guy that had been hitting cleanup for the bulk of the season. It's a heck of a message to send. You wonder how he responds to it.
You get to a point of the season where the ceiling of your team with Boehm is higher than the ceiling of your team with my buddies text me all the time, like, you got to get Rojas out. You got to play Clemens. You got to get this guy out. You got to play. I said, listen, your problem's not Rojas and Clemens. You need your stars to hit. And Boehm is considered one of those guys that you need to hit. Is he not?
I push back on that a little bit. Just this idea that you need your stars to hit. Like, of course you do. But to me, that's an oversimplification. When you have a team that's not putting together good at-bats and struggling to score runs, you need to get every advantage that you can in your lineup, every situational advantage. And, I think that that's the thing that they did wrong last year. If our guys hit, then it doesn't matter that Johan Rojas doesn't. It doesn't. To me, you have to get every incremental advantage you can in a series that is so tightly played like this one. So if you do believe that Edmundo Sosa gives you 1% better than Alec Boehm, if that's what you truly believe, then you have to do it.
Ironically, Rojas had the only hit when he got pulled from the game. Mike McGarry, are you playing Sosa against a lefty tomorrow at second or Stott staying in? Oh, Rook, and Marsh.
That was
wow.
Yep.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. And, of course, Game 3 tomorrow at Citi Field. You going up to City Tuesday and Wednesday? Ooh. Oh. All right, Mike McGarry, he'll be there on Tuesday and Wednesday. You can listen to both of those games, and if there's a Game 5, right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Mike, we'll talk to you Wednesday, man. Well, I tell you what, he's not wrong about that. I was at the – we saw yesterday, but in terms of an unbelievable game, I don't know, which game would you rather be at, the no-hitter or yesterday's?
Probably yesterday's, but I wouldn't mind mixing in a 10-0 win tomorrow. How about that?
Ooh, I can get that. Interesting storylines tomorrow. We'll continue to look back. Doug Glanville, former Philly, he's now part of the ESPN radio broadcast team that you heard right here on 97.3 ESPN. He'll have the call tomorrow right here on 97.3 ESPN. He'll join us at 3 o'clock. We'll get his perspective on the game, the flow, the decisions, and who we would play moving forward. He's taking the start, he's making some changes, and Bone back in the lineup. Sounds like he will be. That's all coming up still on the Sports Bash Live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Booking Games here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
When you need the best Phillies coverage, there's only one place to get it.
Dot swing goes the other way, left center field to hit into the alleyway. This rolls all the way to the wall. Around third, here comes Castellanos. He scores. Bryson Stott, an opposite field double.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Streaming live video on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. I'm Mike Gill. That's Bob Wankel. All right, Bob. So we got so much more here. I mean, this game had it all, man. It had everything, as Mike said. One of the best games, just being at back and forth, the everything. You know, the home run. He said he thought that game was slipping on the Harper home run. But remember, the Mets reached the lead, and then the Phillies took a 2-run lead, and then you could really make the conversation that game's biggest decision goes, why Strahm in that moment? Estevez, Hoffman, Strahm, that's the decision, and they end up going with Strahm. I don't know if there were splits or what. I mean, Lindor's a switch, but you had no lefty in the lineup at that spot. I thought that was a pretty shocking decision to go with Strahm in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know from just a tactical standpoint, the way that this gets done, I mean, it's talked about ahead of time. If we get into the late innings, we like this guy on this hitter, this matchup, and that's the way it's done, Mike. I mean, that's the way that they do it. It's all mapped out in advance. And look, Matt Strahm, he hadn't given up runs in back-to-back games this season. It's the first time it happened all year was this past weekend. So you got to trust these guys, and you got to hope that he's able to turn it around here this week.
Well, we'll talk to Doug Glanville on the other side. He'll have the call tomorrow, Wednesday, and if there is a game on Friday, right here on 97.3 ESPN, former Philly Doug Glanville joins us on the other side. We'll get his perspective. You're calling a game like that. The back and forth of being a part of a broadcast like that. What was his key takeaway of what these two teams are now dealing with heading into game number 3 tomorrow? You'll hear from former Philly center fielder Doug Glanville coming up next. John McMullen will talk a little Eagles. There was some football yesterday, and there was a lot connected to the Eagles. 3:30.
The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Swing and a line drive, base hit, left field. That's headed to the wall, and headed home is Trey Turner, and the Phillies have won game 2.
The Mets and Phillies locked up at 1 game each. Shift to Queens for a pivotal game 3. It's the NLDS Phillies Mets Game 3 on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow night, coverage begins at 5 p.m.
Did you know that New Jersey is leading the nation in clean energy investments?
Really, New Jersey?
And all with one thing in mind, you.
Me?
Uh-huh. New Jersey's Clean Energy Program offers incentives and services that benefit New Jersey residents, businesses, education, government, and nonprofit entities to help them save energy, money, and the environment.
Save money while saving the planet. Who knew?
Now you do. Visit njcleanenergy.com to learn even more.
Maybe we should change our nickname to the Clean Energy State.
A message from the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
It's kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does that peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you no longer qualify for New Jersey Family Care, you may be eligible for low or no-cost health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey for yourself and your family. These quality, affordable health plans cover doctor visits, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 out of 10 enrolling qualify for financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Learn more and find out if you're eligible today at getcovered.nj.gov.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. What's up? This is Mike.
And this is Celia.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich
is the symphony of flavors. You can always count on that crispy, tender, juicy chicken. It's so good.
My favorite part is the pimento cheese. Topped off with the honey, it all comes together perfectly. I like the original.
I like the spicy chicken fillet. But either way,
you're getting a winner.
The Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is back with a bite. Try it with the original or spicy filet now for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City. A community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it. Let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Lenny Kravitz presents the Blue Electric Light Tour 2024. Live in Atlantic City, Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort, Friday, November 1st and Saturday, November 2nd. Get tickets now at theoceanac.com. Lenny Kravitz, the brand new album, Blue Electric Light, is available everywhere now. For more, visit lennyKravitz.com.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort, here's Mike Gill.
Our booking games at Ocean Casino in Atlantic City. This hour is brought to you by Broadleaf Plumbing, Heating and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. Call them 609-390-3907, online at broadleaf.net. Mike Gill, Bob Wankel's with me for the entire show today. We've been talking a lot of Phillies. We'll get into some Eagles a little bit later, but right now, Doug Glanville, former Philly, and now part of the ESPN radio broadcast, which you heard Saturday and Sunday right here on 97.3 ESPN. And you'll hear him tomorrow, Wednesday, and hopefully not Friday. But if there is a Friday game, Doug Glanville will be on the call with Book Sciambi, and you heard it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Well, we saw Doug when we were in London. These two teams played, Doug,
And here they are again. Oh, how different they are from the London matchups. But holy mackerel, what a game you were treated to yesterday. It had just about everything that you could ask for in a playoff matchup in Philadelphia.
Doug, a question for you about momentum and belief in a clubhouse. And as a former player, I'm kind of interested if you could speak to this. The Mets have had so many miraculous moments over the past couple months, but even just the past few days. Does that kind of become contagious in a clubhouse where it's like, hey, you know what? We are going to do it. It doesn't matter what it looks like situationally. We are going to find a way. I mean, how do you explain – I don't want to take anything away from them from a baseball perspective, but it just feels like they have this magic about them right now up until, the ninth inning yesterday.
Doug Glanville, ESPN Radio's broadcast of the Phillies and the Mets. You can hear it right here on 97.3 ESPN. So Saturday, Doug, Wheeler's throwing a gem. He leaves the game with a lead. Obviously, they cannot hold the lead. The offense is ice cold. Yesterday, through half the game, the offense bringing nothing to the table. What finally kind of got this offense going? How were they able to finally get some runs across the board and carry some momentum to get them to the ninth inning in position to win? Doug, on the flip side, you got Philadelphia. The Harper at bat, the Castellanos at bats, the Stott triple. Is there an at bat in that game for them that kind of got their offense going?
Looking ahead to game 3, you get Sean Manaea going for the Mets, and he sort of reinvented himself a little bit this season. He's just a totally different pitcher and certainly much more effective. Can you talk a little bit about some of the adjustments he's made and why he's having this level of success, and maybe how the Phillies might be able to combat that a little bit in game 3? The Phillies made an interesting decision yesterday to bench Alec Boehm. I guess we can call it a benching, and he is, by all indications, going to play in Game 3. I guess a few different things. Number one, were you surprised that they went that route this early in the series? Guy had 44 doubles this year, and he has been struggling. Certainly, he was 2 for his last 27 prior to yesterday. What do you think went into that decision? And then I guess the other part of it is, if you're a manager, how do you sort of walk the line between asking for urgency out of your club, but also not losing that player moving forward? I mean, you're going right back to him tomorrow. Is there any risk that you run in losing him, and further diminishing his confidence in the middle of a pretty rough stretch? Right.
Doug Glanville, ESPN Radio's coverage of the Phillies and the Mets continues tomorrow. Tomorrow, Doug, you just watched Bryson Stott hit that triple. Huge moment in the game. He has struggled against lefties. Do you move Sosa to second, or do you anticipate Stott is back in the lineup tomorrow? Doug, you played center field. The Phillies have a center fielder who is excellent defensively. Would you stick with Rojas in the lineup, or do you look for more offense as this season goes on? Or do you like having that security blanket in center field with Johan Rojas? If you're Rob Thompson, are you sticking with Rojas, or are you going with more offense? All right, the last one we got for you, Doug, is Nick Castellanos, who has last year in the division series against the Braves, he carried the Phillies in that series, and then he went ice cold in the series against Arizona. But have you seen the change of approach from Castellanos to think that that streaky version of Nick Castellanos is behind him? All right, tomorrow, right here on 97.3 ESPN, you'll hear the coverage starting at 5 o'clock. Book Shambi and our guest, Doug Glanville, will be on the call Tuesday, Wednesday, and if needed, on Friday. You can listen to all three games on 97.3 ESPN. Doug, always great to catch up with you, man. All right, that's Doug Glanville, everybody. So he's sticking with Rojas. He probably goes with Stott, it sounds like, but you don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, look, I mean, certainly there is an argument to be made to stick with Bryson Stott. You want to play your guys. You get to this point in the season, there is something to be said for playing the guys that got you there. And he's a good player. He's had a lot of big moments. That's what I think we're going to do.
By the way, some interesting news on the minor league level. Andrew Painter is going to pitch in the Arizona Fall League. So good news there. Second Painter, if he was healthy this year, would he have been a factor in this game?
Yeah. I think so. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. They would have pushed them.
All right, man. Painter, by the way, Arizona Fall League, so you'll throw, and then I would imagine be a part of spring training next year. He'll probably be a factor in the rotation. But this year, Game 3 tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN. We're going to get back to the Phillies in just a little bit. But what a weekend in the NFL. Teams all over the place coming down. And then last night, Dallas, while you were sleeping, scored with 20 seconds left, was first place in the NFC East. Did anybody catch the Commanders? Looking into that. Plus, the Eagles play the Browns this weekend. Our first look at the Eagles, Browns, Week 6. John McMullen on the other side with the storylines as the Eagles come out of the bye week. That's next. This is the Sports Badge on 97.3 ESPN.
We have the Phillies covered.
Rounds to Turner at short, who throws across his body to Harper at first, and another 1-2-3 inning for Zach Wheeler.
Get the best Phillies baseball coverage on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning is your trusted source for generations, and they are ready to keep you comfortable this fall. Schedule your heater tune-up today, and if you're ready to upgrade your HVAC system, act now. The NEIF financing program is back for qualifying ACE customers, offering 0% financing for 84 months with no money down, but only while funds last. So call Broadleaf's today, your local factory-authorized Bryant dealer. For a free quote, call 609-390-3907 or visit broadleafs.net. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to healthcare, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Score a touchdown when you bank with Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Catch lower rates on loans and higher rates on savings. You'll cheer when you don't have to pay a penny to get your own money, since they offer 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Get the details or open an account online with just a $25 minimum deposit at JerseyShoreFCU.org, or swing to a branch in Northfield, Galloway, Pemberton, or Rio Grande. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City, a community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies meaty and tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicky and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Casino Resort Atlantic City. This hour is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating and plumbing service installation for generations. 609-390-3907, online broadlees.net. So I'm in Delaware this week. I go up to the boardwalk. The beach is packed. I mean, packed with people. As if it was an August weekend. Packed. I don't know to go air. It was roasting down there.
We're getting the drop in the temperature this week, right?
I don't know.
So if you're like a beach nut, that might have been your last shot.
I mean, it's like warm here, but I've never seen the beach. Like, I've gone to the beach in September, October. There's like 8 people there. There had to be 800 people. It was bomb.
No, I'm all done with the beach after August. It's pumpkin patch time. I'm like, your flannels on, go take pictures with the wife.
If you were flannels yesterday, you were sweating your face off.
And no flannels.
All right, baseball took center stage yesterday, but there was a lot of football. The Eagles are getting back into the swing of things. They're going to play Cleveland on Sunday. We'll have that game, of course, on 97.3 ESPN. Let's get into a little bit of the Eagles in the weekend that was in the NFC East. John McMullen from Birds 365 and Sports Illustrated is here. And McMullen, of course, is brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online, BoardwalkHonda.com. Johnny Mac, stay up late for the Dak Prescott comeback last night? $9:30 a.m. to what? About 1 o'clock in the morning last night. But hey, Dallas gets it done. So that kind of, I don't want to say saves their season, but keeps them relevant, keeps them in the mix. But I guess you got to look over to the Eagles' opponent this week, Cleveland, and the ineptitude they showed against Washington, and kind of ask yourself, is this Washington team legit for real, or is this opponent this week that Philadelphia will play that bad?
All right, John, you got to help me out here. I'm having a hard time figuring out how I should feel about the Eagles. There's the part of me that says they've been in Brazil, Tampa, New Orleans. They play 4 pretty good teams. 2-2 isn't that bad at the bye, especially with all the injuries they've had on the offensive side of the ball. There's another part of me that says team's loaded with drama, feels a lot like last year. Everything looks tough offensively. They need to sustain long drives. Defensively, there appears to be a ton of holes in the pass rush. Kind of like the whole glass half full, glass half empty thing here. You look at the schedule coming up. You said it. They should be in good shape for the next 7 days. Has there been more good than bad here, more positives than negatives, or is the jury just totally out on this team right now?
Well, a lot of teams, John, you look at. I mean, San Francisco loses yesterday to Arizona. I don't know that anybody figured that. Is San Francisco not in that upper echelon anymore? Is Minnesota really? Are we believing that they're in the upper echelon? Is why we say it every year. Someone goes from worst to first. Right now, it looks like Washington could be that worst to first type of team. Minnesota was one of the worst teams, last year. They're undefeated still. Are we getting comfortable that the NFC is starting to see a little changeover?
I want to talk a little bit about the defense. I mean, you mentioned it. They've struggled to tackle consistently, really outside of the New Orleans game, and they don't get to the passer. Is this something that can be fixed in season, or is this just a matter of simply not having nearly good enough personnel? Is there a way to get more out of your edge rushers? Do you have to chase losses and go out and try to make a trade before the deadline and add something else to this group? Or can you kind of point to maybe Fangio in Miami last year, where they gave up 109 points over the first 4 games of the season, and then by the middle of the year they started to play a little bit better? Is it an adjustment phase that you kind of hang your hat on, or are they just in deep trouble here from here on out?
Mm-hmm. John, we have a lot of weeks here to look at this matchup. But first impressions of the opponent. Obviously, that game was the one that was on in the market here yesterday against Washington. Sean Watson has just been a total bust for this team. I mean, this team is in a playoff stretch here with a ton of injuries. They're healthy, and yet they look like a complete disaster. Or they're healthier, I should say. What is your early impression of where this Cleveland team is going into Week 6? John McMullen, of course, Eagles Browns this weekend. 1 o'clock kick on 97.3 ESPN. Merrill Reese, Mike Gill, half the ball. We'll have it for you here. And, of course, we'll be taking a look closer at that game all week long here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Check out John tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. And, of course, over at Sports Illustrated at JF McMullen on the X platform. All right, John, we will catch up with you tomorrow, man. Yeah, Schwartz is back. You got Sirianni talking Wednesday, so we're getting cranked back up. It was a perfect week for the bye with the Eagles taking a little sidestep. The Phillies jumped right in there and gave us plenty, and now the Eagles will be back. Although the Eagles are probably thanking the Phillies for winning that game yesterday, because if they would be down 2-0. Did you see the video? Of the fans yelling at Sirianni to take the points yesterday at the Phillies game? Yeah. All right, man. We'll talk to you. Yeah. Did you see that? Sirianni.
No.
Sirianni's sitting in like I don't know, like a box or something.
He was at game 1 with Fletcher Cox, Big Tom.
Yeah, and he's like in the overhang.
That's
Right.
what we need. We need more Big Tom.
And all the fans are pointing up to him saying, "You ruined both offenses now." The Eagles, and that's when the Phillies did.
Well, I heard the people shouting at him, saying, "Nick, take the points." Come on, man. The guy is just trying to enjoy a little baseball on a Saturday.
Better beat the Browns this week. 9-point favorite. Better win this game.
Is that the biggest number of the weekend?
I believe it is. One of the biggest of the season so far.
Football at 4. Mosher's here. When we come back, some more NFL thoughts from yesterday. Cowboys win last night. Washington. John says he's fine. The Commanders. The NFC is very interesting. The up is down. It's a crazy first 5 weeks of the NFC season. We got that, more Phillies, all here live at Fanatics Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar, booking games on Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform and YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, use the hashtag SB Live.
Phillies playoff baseball is back.
Overweight, left-hand bat. A 1-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Right field. On its way. Gone. Kyle Schwarber unloads.
Listen to the Phillies 2024 playoff run right here on 97.3 ESPN.
Phillies fans making noise, hoping for a rally. Harper at third. Castellanos at first. 3-2. Swing and a liner. Base hit down the right field line. Rolling towards the corner. Harper is in. Here comes Castellanos. He's on his way to the plate, and he's in. Scott into third, and the Phillies have the lead.
It's Red October. Phillies playoff baseball.
Swing and a line drive, base hit left field. That's headed to the wall, and headed home is Trey Turner, and the Phillies have won game 2.
It's the NLDS Phillies Mets Game 3 on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow night, coverage begins at 5 p.m.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card good for use at Villa Basilari in Buena for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
Seizethedeal.com.
Right. Progressive's price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the neighbor price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance. And insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever. Neighbor price tool at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Present coverage maximum in most states. Available in most states.
You want to learn to cook? Good at keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard. But when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, how's your French going? You can say,
Babbel.
now try Babbel Babbel.com.
You don't need a sports betting app to bet that Tia could be the winner.
Wow. Oh, crisp air, colorful leaves, and more. The office. That's okay. Now you can use Work Delicious and awaken the deals too with delicious fall savings from EasyCater, the top site for ordering food for meetings from your team's favorite restaurants. Save up to $40 when you order from select restaurants exclusively on EasyCater.com. So get food for your team and save some green. Order now at EasyCater.com. Orders must be placed in the between October 7th and 18th. Restrictions apply. See all for details.
The holidays are here, and Home Depot has everything you need to stay connected with smart home upgrades. Whether you're keeping an eye out for the big guy or keeping an eye on your family, the Home Depot has you covered with great tech, like the Ring Indoor Camera 2-pack with advanced motion detection, two-way talk, and color night vision. Plus, get your smart home devices the smart way with free delivery. Get holiday ready with seasonal savings happening now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheer favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of the party. Go for the sports and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, the Gallery Bar Book and Games, Ocean Casino Resort, Atlantic City. Bob Wankel's hanging out. Talk to a little Phils, little Eagles. Bye week. Eagles back next week. Or this weekend, I should say. Cleveland Browns. Great football weekend. That Ravens-Bengals game, epic yesterday. Back and forth they went.
It's going to be a lot of fun this weekend. You got the Ravens and Commanders.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. That's a good one. So, Saturday, you said you're watching the game, Phillies game. Preoccupied?
Yeah.
Sunday, too?
So you got the intensity of the playoff game. You got a kid that wants food every 30 seconds. Then you have a daughter that wants everything every 30 seconds. It was a lot of stress.
Sunday, too?
A lot of stress. Yeah, back to back.
Wow.
Yeah. Big family man these days.
On the porch, they're sitting with you?
Yeah, I was out on the deck. And then we brought it inside, try to like switch things up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you're not just like sitting there by yourself screaming at the TV like a lunatic.
Well, last week, so we asked the listeners, a place to go to watch the game that has the sound on.
Yeah.
Got to have the sound on.
Oh,
right?
The sound was on yesterday.
Yeah,
There's just a lot of sounds that went with it.
So I took off. I took the ferry down to Delaware, went to Delaware, and watched the game down there. Wanted to get a little different feel from different places. You got a lot of Phillies fans down there. Place was jumping. Place was epic. I will say they did have the sound on. The problem was, this is the problem a lot of the establishments have. They're not really used to putting the sound on all the time.
Yeah.
And when they put the sound on, it's just not loud enough. There were so many people in there, you really just couldn't hear it. So I will say,
are you a big go out for the game guy in general?
No.
Or do you like to be on the couch in a specific spot with your beverages and
football? I do not go out for the game at all. I am not a go out for the Eagles game. Sunday afternoon, I'm not a big, and no libations on a Sunday.
Okay. Keep it clean on a Sunday.
Generally, yeah.
Okay.
I do not like to go out to watch football. Baseball, I can handle like a Saturday,
because they play Sunday too.
Yeah, I mean, middle of July. I mean, go out for a game. Yeah, how about these?
I'm
these
talking about playoff games.
Okay,
though. Yeah.
but you're in. You'll go out for
on a Saturday. If the
Okay.
game's a Friday or Saturday night.
How
yes.
about on a Tuesday at 5?
No. During the week, no imbibes.
Okay.
Nothing.
That's good, man.
Just a Friday, Saturday kind of guy.
You're a better man than me.
Yeah, well,
You get to the end of the day sometimes.
Hey, look, this is a tough job.
You're grinding out here.
Aren't you grinding?
I'm tired. I made sure I had a little
4
second
hours?
I had a second coffee on the way down here.
People don't realize, you got to be high energy for 4 hours. And you got a lot of gotcha people out there. They're just waiting for you to say something.
Yeah.
And you can't be coming in a little foggy in the brain.
No. Got to make sure you have your takes right.
You got the gotcha people just waiting, man. They're waiting. No, I mean, but a Friday night, Saturday night, 4 o'clock Friday is an awful time. I can't imagine the establishments. Although Friday happy hours, maybe. I don't know. What do you think? 4 o'clock on a Friday is game 5. You got all the marbles, game 5, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Come on, baseball.
This city people will figure it out. Take some PTO. You'll be all right. You figure it out.
All right, when we come back, it's football at 4. Jeff Mosher, Mosher's a big baseball fan.
I know. Yeah.
Talk to him. Little Eagles, getting ready for that. Also, little Sixers tonight.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles host the Cleveland Browns in Week 6 of the 2024 season this Sunday.
Hit as he fires the football, and it is intercepted. It is intercepted by Reed Blankenship.
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles, 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like GE Profile. Save space and time with the new combo washer and dryer and do it all in one machine. And with Smart Dispense technology, the right amount of detergent is automatically added to every wash. Laundry day is a whole lot smarter with the GE Profile Ultra Fast Combo with Smart Dispense only at the Home Depot. Right now, save up to $1,600 and financing on select appliances with fall savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing about September 26th through October 16th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead with male breast reduction. Many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your time with Dr. Lyle M. Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER. Or visit ilovelyle.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Is your home ready for the season? Are you worried about rooms that won't keep you warm in the winter? Call Jenkins Plumbing and Heating today about a new system from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning or a Mitsubishi ductless system. Take advantage of financing of up to $15,000 from South Jersey Gas or Atlantic City Electric. Save more with rebates from these local utility companies. A new system can save on your utility bills. Call Jenkins at 609-641-6262 or online at jenkinsandsons.com.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him! It's a sack!
Sixers.
Oh, baby!
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4. Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. It's the fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. Bye week for the Eagles, but a lot of things to take away. Dallas win last night, a giant win yesterday, and a Washington win. The division goes 3-0, and of course the Eagles getting ready for the Browns. Mike Gill, Bob Wankel on a Monday is with me here. He's Jeff Mosher on a Mosher Monday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. There he is, Jeff Mosher. What's up, buddy? You know, it's hard to kind of – it's so good that the Eagles did not play yesterday. That Phillies game was just such a unbelievable roller coaster of emotions. But there was a lot of takeaways. Like, we're watching, you know, inside here all day. We've been seeing highlights of stuff, and you're seeing the Dallas win last night, the way the Washington Commanders continue to play, the Giants get a win. It felt like a good kind of week off for Philadelphia. You know, normally you don't like that early bye week. But do you think that it was exactly what they needed, Moshe? I want to get your take. McMullen was on the last hour. We brought up something, you know, Washington's winning, Minnesota's winning, San Francisco's losing. The NFC seems like it's kind of taken a little bit of a different feel than it had at the beginning of the season. Do you feel that way, or do you think eventually, you know, it will change back? Or do you think that Washington, Minnesota, those teams in the South, you know, that no, there is a couple teams that we didn't think of that this NFC has a different feel about it.
Jeff, how important do you think it is for the Eagles to play a complete game on both sides of the ball on Sunday against a team right now that has just put just absolute garbage on tape so far? I mean, my one thing that I keep coming back to is, like, I look at the schedule and I can talk myself into, okay, things lighten up a little bit. Maybe they win 3 of their next 4. They get to 5-3. They're set up to kind of contend, and we'll see how it goes. More than anything, though, I want to see this team just play a game where they win in convincing fashion, because I haven't seen it for almost 11 months now. Is it important at some point to just go out and dominate a team? Yeah, almost ruined my Christmas, Jeff.
Well, I'll tell you what, Watson's been horrendous, and it just feels like the way the Eagles have been going is that it's their defense is the one that kind of gets him going and kind of, makes things look easy for him. But that being said, coming out of this break defensively, are there any anticipated changes that you think will happen coming out of this bye and going into Cleveland? All right, Jeff, let's look on the offensive side of things. Number one, do we anticipate that Brown, Smith, and Lane Johnson are ready to go for Cleveland? Yeah, I mean, and I bring this up because I'm watching, obviously, this weekend, a lot of the action going on. And Dallas last night, now this is on the defensive side of the ball, but they're missing Micah Parsons, Lawrence, and yet it seemed that was the best defensive effort that they had all, season long there. Losing guys for some of these teams. Now, I get it. Smith and Brown are probably the two most indispensable players that this team has. But do you feel like just adding those two guys back is an automatic that this offense will just start to take off? Lack of offense from what has been just a disappointing. I mean, that whole Watson decision for them has just completely backfired on them. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast and, of course, InsideTheBirds.com here on Football at 4. Obviously, with the bye week here, we get ready. I think Nick's going to talk on Wednesday and start to kind of go that, focus on this Browns team here. But, hey, we were laughing about this earlier. The Phillies winning that game yesterday. Boy, did the Eagles need that. I mean, the last thing they need is this Phillies team to go out early and then really ratchet up the pressure on them. Don't you agree that, like, if the Phillies would have lost yesterday, I mean, the pressure would have just doubled on this Eagles ball?
Well, I got bad news for you, Mike. I mean, there's a possibility that the Phillies aren't playing baseball anymore by the time this game kicks off on Sunday. So we're not out of the woods yet here, man. Come on, we're not.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Jeff, how are you feeling about it? I know you're a Phillies guy, so how are we feeling after 2?
Yeah. He already announced.
Oh, yeah. Strap in. Get ready.
He announced already that Suarez is pitching Game 4. Well, hold on. Wasn't at one point of your life, weren't you a Mets fan?
Yeah. It's funny you say that because I was just telling Mike that, I was down there covering them, quite a bit between 2019 and really the start of this year. And then some things changed. And now the further I've gotten away from it, that fan kind of comes right back in you, like I really kind of got desensitized to the outcomes of these games. And now this year I'm getting a little goofy again. So I'm back. Yeah.
All right. Hey, it's admirable. Hey, it's admirable. I say all the time, sports is about, being proud of your community. It's the fabric of your community. These people that come in and are like Cowboys fans, do you not like where you live? Yeah. You didn't have to choose this zip code. That you've changed your team instead of changing your zip code, Moshe. So 2 points for you. All right, Moshe. Of course, we'll dive into this matchup with the Browns. It's a big start for this. The Eagles now. They got Cleveland, the Giants, Jacksonville, Cincinnati. They got a bunch of games here that they should start getting themselves right as this league is starting to get a little bit more tape on it. We're starting to get better feels about these teams, and we'll do it all week long here on Football at 4. All right, Moshe. Appreciate it, bud. All right, Football at 4 brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. We asked this question. What's your favorite moment of the Phillies win yesterday? Outside of the Castellanos game-winning hit.
I was going to say when it was over.
Of course, that's the answer. But was it the Harper homer, the Stott triple, or the Casti homer? Or is there something else that we left?
I think it's a Stott triple. I mean,
really?
Yeah, I think so. Because at that point, you're like, all right, they're going to do it. They're back. They scaled the mountain. And then obviously things happened in the 9th. But, yeah, I think for me that was it. Because, you know what? Like the Harper one is the one that gives you life. But you felt like even then, 3-2, it was like one run felt like it was going to be quite a task. And then, obviously they get it on the very next at bat. To me, it was like the Stott one was where that like sigh of relief almost came in, albeit temporary.
Yeah. Well, the Stott one is the unexpected one, right? Because you got it from somebody that like your anticipation is
because he falls behind in the count too, and he's got 2 strikes. And he said, "Oh my god!" Like he just put the ball in play.
That umpire had a rough day at the office.
That wasn't great.
No,
that wasn't great.
The umpiring in the series, by the way, has been rough.
Yeah.
The strikeout on Harper, I guess it was the first inning. I mean, that pitch is way up. When it changes, it's just a shame because it does change the complexion of the game. If you get called out on that strike in the first inning, now your anticipation is he going to call that a strike on me again later in the game? And, you got to try to lay off a pitch up at the that ball is at the chin.
Luis Severino's earned the right to get that pitch.
Now, I think McGarry said it back in the first hour that it might have been Glanville, but Game 5, I'm imagining they don't go back to Senga.
No, I think right now the idea is it's probably Severino again, but it's all hands on deck, and we'll see. The Phillies are going to have the advantage, though, if they get to the game independent of what the Mets do.
You were on with me Friday at 3. By that point, they had not announced Senga.
No.
So we did not talk about that. But when they announced Senga, were you shocked?
A little bit, because, look, I mean, you have to have some idea of what you're going to get, but they knew they weren't going to get a lot of length out of them. But the bullpen had been so banged up, and so overworked that just being able to buy 2 innings, buy one time through the order from a fresh arm was so important to that team in that spot. And you got to give him credit.
Oh,
he delivered.
I love Senga. And the minute I saw him announced, I was like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I actually took the over 4 strikeouts. And he had 3 in 2 innings.
Yeah.
I mean, they pulled him at 31 pitches. I figured they would have. I was a little surprised they took him out there.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of volume and workload. And if you advance or if in break glass in case of emergency in Game 5. Like, you want to make sure that you have it.
Well, that's the question is now for them. Let's say you start Severino in that game. Is Senga an option at the back end? The way that Diaz is kind of, maybe out of gas. Do you look at Senga as the guy who can close a game?
Well, if you just look by days rest, that you should
The
be able
whole
to
year?
go to him. The whole year. But just off of his last appearance, they should be able to get something out of him if they need to. And look, they might. I mean, they really might. They are a little bit limited in their bullpen. Now, they have Stanek, who they weren't going to use yesterday, so they were a little bit short. Mendoza did not have all of the options at his disposal. They just said absolutely not to a couple of those guys out of the pen yesterday. That won't be the case this week, but who knows what it's going to look like by the time Game 5 rolls around, if it rolls around.
Yeah, if it rolls around, and obviously the way this thing is going, it feels like – I don't know, man. By the way, Matt Vierling hits second in the lineup for Detroit. I mean, it's unbelievable.
That's a trade they got wrong in hindsight.
If Vierling's on this team, what is he doing?
He's starting
playing
in the outfield for them.
I mean, do they make the Hayes
tomorrow?
trade?
Probably.
Yeah. Do they make the Hayes trade?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
It's crazy to think. I mean, Vierling was just such an afterthought on that 2022 team. Not an afterthought. I mean, he was just, but he did play.
Yeah. I mean, look, Gregory Soto gave them something last year.
Well, I think the trade was, hey, we need more bullpen help. That 2022 team just didn't have
right idea, wrong guy.
Yeah, I mean, it just didn't work out for you. But in hindsight, yeah, you got a guy he was hitting leadoff for them the other day. I mean, he's playing third, batting second in the playoff team's line. Who had Matt Vierling batting second on a playoff team? I don't think anybody.
No, I think that the thought would have been
saying-
to turn the page from the Matt Vierlings of the world to get into the playoffs. But I'll tell you what,
They
I
did
mean,
get
we're watching
Clemens.
it in real time here. This is it's really impressive. Detroit's in this position. Not that I want to use up too much of our airtime talking about the Tigers here, but
I got to tell you, this series is so under the radar because of you got Philly, New York, the Yankees, and then San Diego and L.A. You got Cleveland and Detroit just so under the radar. They're playing at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. These playoff games being in the afternoon. Now, listen, I'm a proponent of day sports. I think live sports during the day is awesome. But to ask these guys to play live playoff games in the middle of the day, I think is ridiculous.
not going to get any argument from me. Play the games over top of one another. Let the markets watch their games and go from there.
Yeah, I know. It's like you got a game at 3 o'clock here that you got to go playoff-like atmosphere in the middle of a day game. It just doesn't feel playoff. I hate when they do it in the NBA, too.
No, it looks like there's a good crowd out there, though. And, I mean, especially Mets. City Field's going to what's that going to be?
Oh, that was
Orange October? Blue October?
What did they do out there? That was a big story, though, Friday, was when the Met fans going to get in there. You were at the game Saturday, right?
I was at game one Saturday.
Was there a lot of Met fans or not really?
In my section, no, there were about 5 or 6, in the actual section.
I heard about 2,000 was the estimate.
That's
pretty light.
Yeah, no, that's to be expected. I mean, come on, you're not going to keep every single Met fan out, but it wasn't a huge infiltration.
I give you a ticket to go up there tomorrow. Would you? All expenses paid?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've never been to City Field. You?
That's right.
Yeah, I'd go. I mean,
I like it more from the outside than the inside.
Yeah. I love going to a live game. I mean, I'm not wearing a jersey.
You're not going to wear a Harper jersey up there.
Yeah. I might wear a tee, like a low tee.
I'll tell you what, I'd rather watch it at my house with the kids throwing apple juice all over me.
All right, coming up, Sports Fast Live, the Fanatics Sportsbook, the Gallery Bar Bucket Games. Oh, Lenny Kravitz is playing here. The Lenny Kravitz guy from the, you're a little younger than me.
Oh,
are you going to go my way?
Yeah.
American Woman?
Yeah, that's good.
November, it's his only date from the East Coast, right here at Ocean Casino Ovation Hall. This hour is brought to you by Jersey Cal, Northfield Brigantine. They're open every day from noon to 10. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cal. All right, more Sports Fast all the way. Don't forget the live stream video at Mike Gill Show on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show on YouTube. More Sports Fast coming up.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Hi, I'm Larry Mintz. When dealing with a workers' compensation claim, in most cases, the injured worker doesn't get the money they're entitled to. That's why you need the right lawyer. When injured on the job, call us first. We'll speak with you for free and get you all the money and benefits you deserve.
Make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. As the leader in identity theft protection, LifeLock reminds you to update your passwords. Using the same password across multiple accounts makes you vulnerable to cyber criminals. Updating your passwords is only one way to help protect yourself. For comprehensive identity theft protection, you need LifeLock. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise. Start protecting your identity today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Promo code CLAY.
Cruise weight loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Everyone's talking about the breakthrough of weight loss drugs. With hers, you can access doctor-trusted weight loss plans that are tailored to you 100% online, like compounded GLP-1 weekly injections with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy, all for as low as $199 a month with a 12-month plan paid up front. No hidden fees and no membership fees. Get started at forhers.com/afford today. That's forhers.com/afford.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Major League Baseball postseason, the Philadelphia Phillies and the New York Mets will play Game 3 of the NLDS on Tuesday night at Citi Field. Now that series is tied at 1 after Philadelphia won Sunday 7-6 in Game 2. Nick Castellanos with a walk-off RBI single after Mark Vientos had tied the game with his second home run of the day for the Mets. Aaron Nola will get the start Tuesday for Philadelphia. Sean Manaea will go for New York. NFL, Philadelphia returning from their bye week. Sunday, they'll host the Cleveland Browns. Philadelphia at 2-2 after a Week 4 loss to Tampa Bay. While Cleveland is coming off a loss to Washington, they are 1-4. On Sunday, the New York Jets fell in London to the Minnesota Vikings 23-17. They dropped to 2-3 on the season. While the Giants, they moved to 2-3 as they defeat the Seattle Seahawks 29-20 behind 2 touchdowns from Daniel Jones. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Wow. New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state, so what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through Sculpture Gardens, Garden Gardens, and loop-de-loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. After 5 relatively warm days, temperatures will take a step downward through the rest of the week. It'll start to feel like fall around here, especially early mornings and late nights. Tonight will dip to around 51 degrees. Pinelands probably in the 40s overnight with mainly clear skies. Mostly sunny and a bit cooler tomorrow overall, high of 70. Sunny and dry and 70 again on Wednesday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card good for use at Villa Basilari in Buda for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Here, way out of here. Off the batter's eye. The bush is in center. Oh, baby, crushed it. Harper unloads, and this place going crazy. You won. Wing and a high fly ball. Left field on its way. We are tied. Castellanos goes deep. Back to back. And they're going crazy at the bank.
As heard on 97.3 ESPN, Book Giambi on the call. Back-to-back jacks as the Phillies a much-needed win. They tie the series at 1-1. This hour of the Sports Bash Live from the Fanatics Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Booking Games is brought to you by Jersey Cal, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream year-round. Noon to 10, Brigantine and Northfield open every day. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cal. All right, our on-site producer, Mike Gill. Bob Wankel's with me for this Monday show. And PC, of course, is our on-site producer. All right, no Knicks Nuggets today. Knicks got an assignment that he is working on today. So stepping in with Pete's observations in the bullpen. Now, don't be Jeff Hoffman with this segment.
I'm not.
All right? I don't want to see a Matt Strom situation with this segment.
My sweeper is very on point right now.
All right,
Very
Pete's
much so.
observations. What do we got?
All right, first inning, Saturday, Wheeler's.
Time out real quick. I got to read this text message.
Okay.
For one, real quick.
Hey,
Mike.
umpire calling time.
Yeah. Regarding Game 5, 4 o'clock, why does MLB have to compete with high school football, putting many people in a pickle? Go Milford Buccaneers, Phillies at 4, BC Bowers Beach. Now, BC Bowers Beach has been texting in for a couple of years now, and I never had any freaking clue what Bowers Beach meant until yesterday. I took Route 1 home. It's a place in Delaware. Bowers Beach, Delaware.
Mike, you could have just.
Did you know that?
You could have just Googled it.
I didn't know. I don't know.
I mean, it's during the show.
Google Maps.
Bowers Beach, BC. I drove through there yesterday, so now I have a reference of where you are from.
I don't think Rob Manfred cares about high school football.
Yeah, Rob wasn't thinking
or
about
the execs at Fox.
Friday Night Lights.
No, probably not. All right, go ahead.
No. All right, Wheeler, Saturday, first inning, Wheeler's 11-pitch inning, followed by Schwarber's 425 to right center. Have you seen a more dominant first inning in the playoffs from these Phillies in this run?
I mean, you get exactly what you want, right? It's the perfect blueprint. It starts the game off exactly the way you want. Wheeler dominant, and you get the home run from Schwarber. You can't ask for anything better than that. Of course, I went to put the bet in. Schwarber leadoff home run, and I'm in Delaware, so I couldn't do it.
Yeah, Delaware's got to.
Come on.
You got to cross over state lines, huh?
Yeah, you can't get a better start than that, and that's kind of why I shrug my shoulders about the idea of momentum and all. I don't think, momentum's real, but is it? Like, how much does it really matter? I mean, you got all the momentum in the world at that point.
Yeah, I mean,
what'd that do for you?
It's such a weird conversation, momentum, because you feel like all the momentum's going one
you have
way,
momentum
then the game
until you
changes, And it's just like, listen, it's like everything.
Until Vientos hits a homer at a time. Yeah.
Everything is in the moment that it happens. I mean, you could be a 380 hitter, but that means there's a large chunk of the time that you fail.
26 guys can have a ton of momentum. You hang a slider to Bryson Stott over the
I
middle
thought,
of the plate. Guess what?
Listen,
here it goes.
The fact that you brought up you hang a slider, I thought the decision of the day is Castellanos is looking ridiculous on slider. He looks like Castellanos that I remember in the Arizona series. And then Severino just lays something in there that's like, what are you doing, dude? Just go back to that slider every pitch. He held off the one. But I go right back to it again. Instead, it was like Cal Ripken in the All-Star game came to the plate. Who laid that in there for Cal Ripken?
Oh, man. He's not giving Nick any credit. Come on.
No, I'm giving Nick credit for tattooing a pitch that Severino shouldn't have thrown. What are you doing, Severino? I got to see what they called that pitch. They were waxing poetic early in that game about how Severino has thrown this year compared to last year, how many more sinkers he threw, all that stuff. So what pitch did he decide to throw in that moment there? I'll never know.
All right, number 2.
We get a little live entertainment today. What's going on here?
Hope so.
Got a big crowd at the bar. What's happened? Oh, you got baseball. That's why. Live games. See?
Number 2.
Live day games.
Brandon Nimmo seen mouthing off to JT after that homer and the Phillies dugout. Is he now on the Orlando Arcia level for Phillies fans? If not, who is? Alonso?
I've long
that was
found,
pretty bad though. I would go Nimmo right now.
Yeah, I've long found Brandon Nimmo to be annoying, to be honest with you. So yesterday didn't really change my opinion.
Did anybody?
Winker's pretty bad, but he doesn't play every day.
Did anybody get the transcription of the lip reading?
No, I don't think that John Boy or whoever did one of those.
I think
they
Sanchez,
asked JT
he
after
mentioned
the game.
Sanchez.
They said, JT said I thought he said Sanchez, but I didn't really hear what he said, to be honest. So
Oh,
I don't know if he did that to not, to downplay it or not even like let him get his moment in the sun or whatever it was. But, we couldn't really get any answers on that one after the game.
Like he comes across the plate and he's like, Chuck, he's like saying something. And I did look like he was saying, where's Sanchez?
Yeah.
Maybe him and Sanchez had a little something.
Yeah, I don't know.
But the question will be, does it get back to Philadelphia for that to even be something?
That's true. That's a good point. I think it will.
You think a split's coming?
Yes.
Which night?
I think Nola takes care of business.
I think
tomorrow.
Aaron Nola gets it.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I think Ranger. And
Numbers not good on Nola out there, right?
Yeah, Nola's had a good career at Citi Field.
I saw something on the screen earlier. He was had like a 5-something ERA somewhere.
Yeah, I got in 14 career starts at Citi Field, 3.28 ERA with 1.04 WHIP.
Okay.
Mets are 10 for 49 against him this season in 2 starts, hitting 204 against Aaron Nola.
I was an advocate of pitching Nola in Game 3, so I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
Now you feel pretty good, except for the people who are the anti-Nolas.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they can't lose. He either wins or he doesn't, and then they get to be right. And isn't that, at the end of the day, what's most important?
Generally,
being right in your group text as a hater.
That's that's the most important thing in life.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, it was an 86-mile-per-hour sweeper that he threw Castellanos.
There you go.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
He said he made 2 mistakes all day, and one of them was to Harper, and one of them was Castellanos. It all happened within 2 minutes of one another.
99 four-seamer. Tattooed. That thing was crushed.
All right, so we know about the homers yesterday. But what was the most underrated moment of last night's game? I go Turner, 2-out walk in the 9th. That sets up Bryce to come up. He was up 3-0 in that count, by the way. Then he gets 2 strikes called on him, but then he draws the walk.
Yeah.
So I go Turner's walk.
Huge at bat, especially after how bad he was on Saturday. I mean, it just expanding the zone, another hitless performance in a playoff game dating back to last year that had been, I believe 4 in a row. I mean, so for him to bear down in that spot and keep the line moving, I thought was huge.
By the way, the at bat right after Harper, it's a 7-pitch at bat.
Yeah.
After he walks Harper. So what's the mindset in your guys' head as you're watching this game? Okay. Because you could walk Harper, but now you're putting the winning run on second base, but you do have 2 outs. So you're going after Castellanos with first and second, because they mentioned that Turner's not going to steal, because if he steals, then they'll walk Harper. Right. They'll put him on. So you had this whole game going on. But would you have walked Harper intentionally in that spot.
They had 2 strikes on Harper.
They did. It ended up being a 7-pitch at bat. He fouled 3 pitches off, and then he walks on the 7th pitch. It's a splitter. He ends up walking.
Well, once he hooks the ball down the right field line in the corner and almost wins the game, I go, all right, I'm good. Just take your base. I'll deal with it.
Right, so you would have walked him.
I would have at that point, yeah.
I was indifferent. I was going back and forth. I'm like, do they walk him here and they just go after Castellanos? I don't know. I mean, Castellanos hit the home run earlier, but I can't imagine that now he ends up walking him, and it's not that big of a deal anyway, and you end up losing to Castellanos. But that was kind of a big at-bat there because people forget this all happened with 2 outs.
Yeah.
Well, are the Mets pitchers and Mendoza, for that matter, are they now scared of Harper officially?
Well, they've been scared of him the whole series.
Yeah, I mean, I heard Larry Boa say this last week, and he just said, the one thing I know about this series is that the Mets have to internally, as they game plan for the Phillies lineup, just make a commitment to saying Bryce Harper is not going to be the guy that beats us. And I think that there has been a lot of evidence to this point that they really want to stay away from him. That's why having that protection behind him is so important.
Here's a moment we haven't brought up, but it's a huge spot in the game. Real Muto rolls that one to third, and Vientos can't get it. If he fields that cleanly, I think Stott's probably out at the plate.
Yeah, I kind of thought it would be bang at the plate. I still think the way Stott runs that he might have beat that anyway, but independent, I mean, of whether he would or wouldn't have, it was a huge sequence. I mean, just the ability, and I know it's sort of corny, and you hear baseball coaches say this all the time, myself included, but like just put the ball in play and see if something good happens. And that's what happened in that spot.
Right. And he rolls this over, and, it looks like Vientos just tried throwing before, he really was there, and he ends up bobbling the ball. But that extra run, think about that 6th run that comes across after what happens the next inning. Now, Vientos covers up his mistake. Right. That guy has been unbelievable.
Yeah, that's my next question. Vientos 2 homers last night, and he's got 5 hits in 2 games. If the Mets are afraid of Bryce, Phillies pitchers, is Vientos the guy that we have to get out?
Yeah, I think you're I don't know that you're afraid of him the way that the Mets might be afraid of Harper, but I think you certainly have to be aware of him at this point and how well he has swung the bat. So I think you have to alter your game plan a little bit with him. And
it's a good question because, I mean, he was on my fantasy team this year, so I kind of realized who he was and what he was doing.
He was a late call-up, right?
He wasn't like a monster in the regular season.
No, the third baseman, who was their prospect? Batty. He started up there, and he just had flopped. So Vientos made the team. They sent him back. They brought him back, and the guy ends up with 24, 25 home runs this year and didn't play the whole year. But, see, that's an interesting question is Lindor, who had been hurt at the back problem. They said yesterday during the broadcast he has to take 40 minutes every day to get his back ready to play. But I wonder if the guy – I don't know what you think about Alonso at this point. Like, if you're the Phillies, are you worried about him? I mean, now he's hit 2 homers. You don't like Alonso?
I know we're not, like, live streaming here. I'm making this face like I just bit into, like,
an onion?
Stale, yeah, like an onion. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he's the power.
I'm never gonna be like. I hate this because I feel like I'm setting myself up for old takes exposed. But like, go get him. Don't mess around with that guy. Go pitch to him. Don't be scared of Pete Alonso.
But
Lindor is the guy. Like Lindor is the guy that when he comes up, I say you better be careful here.
But Alonso's like the mojo guy.
Yeah,
like, if he gets going.
But that's the thing. He's been so bad. He hits that home run in the game against Milwaukee. Now he's got one here. He's been so bad for so long. Is his Castellanos moment of streaky hot coming?
Oh, good. Then I look forward to Alec Boehm going off in Game 3. I look forward to Bryson Stott's continued success. Maybe Yohan Rojas will have a 3-hit game tomorrow too.
He did have a hit the other day.
Yeah, it's great.
And he will steal those bases. I mean,
well, they were stealing all over the place. They kept stealing third, though, because the Mets weren't really doing anything. But that was another story in the game. The Phillies keep leaving a guy on third base with 2 outs. They can't get that hit. They can't get that hit. They can't get that hit. I don't know, man. Vientos, you wonder, how hot can he stay?
Yeah, nice player. Nice player.
All right, finally, Cassie and these bleeping people. Then he mashes that home run the next at bat. I guess my question is, are these and me and Bob were talking about this during one of the breaks. Are these players kind of on a slippery slope when they talk so great about the fans at Red October and all this, and then the cameras catch Cassidy kind of giving out his true feelings? I'll say.
I have a take on the Castellanos thing, which
What's
we
the
haven't really
slippery slope.
We haven't really talked about this that much because it was more about what he did rather than what he said. Thank God, by the way. But we ask these athletes to relate to the fans all the time, right? Just try to connect with us. How about we, as the fans, try to connect with the player?
You're going to put on the fans now.
I'm saying with the fans. I'm not saying don't do the Bronx cheer. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is in that moment, understand the athlete. And I loved it because if it were me up there and I were Nick Castellanos and I was wailing away at sliders out of the strike zone and I heard that Bronx cheer, I would have said the exact same thing. I would have said the exact same thing.
Cassie's an interesting guy.
He is definitely an interesting guy. Do you consider Cassie a good interview or a lousy one?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, I mean, it's interesting. A lot of the stuff ends up going viral because it's so
he's
awkward.
So bad that he's good, I would say.
It's like uncomfortably
It's
good.
very uncomfortable. I wouldn't say as somebody that you're, that's talking to him that you're intimidated, but you just know what you're about to get into.
Yeah, so but that's the problem. Once you get to the national level,
but
do
you know
they
what he
know
does?
that they know what they're getting into?
You know what he does, though? If you ask him a stupid question, he's going to basically tell you that it's a stupid question by the way that he answers it. He will give you a real answer if you ask a real question. But if you do one of those, like, what was going through your mind?
That's what they did after Harper's homer. He said nothing. He said, I don't know.
Okay.
I wanted to hit the ball. That's how it
well, I love, like, what was in your mindset at that point? I wanted to get a hit. No, I mean, obviously, I get all. But here's the thing I would say about these bleeping people or blah, 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 blah. Okay? Sometimes, though, I think the players have to understand they're not booing you. They're booing the result of what just happened. And if you could separate that, which I don't think.
But they are, in fact, booing you because you are the reason that result happened.
Yeah, but they're booing the result. They're not saying, now, some of them are like, Cassie, you suck, blah, blah, blah. But, like, most of the time, the boo is the result of the result of what they just saw. No?
Bohm getting booed for those errors, that's Alec Bohm getting booed for those errors. That's Alec Bohm.
Yeah, but if Alec Bohm didn't, like yesterday, Sosa makes the error, he gets booed.
But this is why I'm so glad that they won the game so we didn't have to do this, because you're watching it at home or someone's watching it at home, and plenty of people were probably saying as he's flailing away at these pitches 7-8 inches off the plate.
Yeah,
this bleeping guy.
Yeah, exactly.
So then they start booing at the stadium, and then you get these bleeping people from him. We're all the same here. Other than that he can play professional sport, make $20 million a year, and I'm on my couch telling him what he should do in real time with the entire country watching.
Right, because you're watching it, and, you go to, like, your wife or girlfriend, and they're watching it, and they say, how does he swing at that?
What's he swinging at?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, so when they can break it down to, what are you swinging at?
I mean, look, Mike, as a guy that was 6 for 18 as a high school senior and played like 4 games for his team, I am in a position to tell Nick Castellanos what he should and should not be doing.
Well, and this is why we go back to, McGarry said earlier, he thought Rob Thompson had a rough day.
Yeah.
Were you watching the game thinking that Rob Thompson had a rough day?
We talked about it earlier in the show. I was not a fan of the Jose Ruiz decision in the 6th inning. I thought that was pretty passive. And I think at the end of the day, he's very lucky that they went on to win the game, because had they not, I think that decision would have been amplified tenfold.
And the Bohm decision too.
Yeah.
The Bohm. Now, he did say something last night that I thought was interesting. He said, no, we had those guys. That was our pockets that we had discussed before the game. So it goes back to the conversation that always kind of comes up. Is that Rob Thompson making that decision in the moment?
So I didn't, other than the pitching decision in the 6th, I didn't really mind what Rob did yesterday. We asked him after last postseason to be more aggressive, to pinch hit, to not overly rely and be complacent with his players. And so he did pinch hit yesterday.
What about pinch hitting Bohm for Sosa after you benched Bohm for Sosa.
Well, I think you see Sosa's first couple of bats too, and you kind of have to say to yourself,
That's
like,
fair.
all right, I mean, they were poor at bats.
Not to mention Sosa made an error in the field.
Yeah.
Which, didn't help his cause either. I don't know, man. In the next hour, we'll get into this a little bit more, but, they got a lot of decisions to make. I mean, this is a weird situation where you win the game, but now you have all these other decisions come from the win and the way you won the game. You get a Stott triple. He's hitting in the 5-hole. Well, now they're going Minaya, and Stott has struggled all year against lefties. You have this decision. Do I stick with Stott because you know what's going to happen? Oh, yeah. Now you sit the guy after he has the triple. That happens all the time during the regular. Guy goes 5 for 5. The next day he sits. Then Joe on his couch says, oh, sure, sit the guy that had 5 hits yesterday. But getting 5 hits yesterday has nothing to do with today.
Well,
or
one
does
of the
it?
things that Doug Glanville said earlier when we talked to him was you also have to consider what does it look like later in the game and what matchups might you want off the bench later in the game. And, certainly the Mets are primarily right-handed out of the pen late. So, is that another factor? You say, I want that flexibility to be able to go to Bryson Stott, to be able to go to a Cody Clemens late, to get some of these higher leverage right-handed relievers.
Right.
I don't know.
We'll continue the conversation. We're going to open the text board up. You guys can jump in. Got a lot of texts from earlier in the show that we'll hit on coming up next. 609-403-0973. The text board is open. 609-403-0973. Your favorite moment of yesterday's game, other than Cassiano obviously winning the game. He also made a nice catch in right field, by the way, that gets overshadowed sometimes because Cassie, not the greatest outfielder. But all of the moments, which was your favorite moment of the game yesterday? 609-403-0973. We have that on our X platform at 973 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Jersey Cal, open year-round for ice cream.
The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Swing and a line drive, base hit, left field. That's headed to the wall. And headed home is Trey Turner. And the Phillies have won game 2.
The Mets and Phillies locked up at 1 game each. Shipped to Queens for a pivotal game 3.
It's the NLDS Phillies Mets Game 3 on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow night, coverage begins at 5 p.m.
Take 10 grand off MSRP, 0% for 72 months, 0 payments for 90 days, or 2 new Matt Blatt Kias for $222. You don't need a sports betting app. Get to Matt Blatt Kia and be a winner. You heard right. 10 grand off MSRP and 0% for 72 months, 0 down, or 0 payments for 90 days on every clearly marked EV in stock. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? We want to get you a leased new 24 Kia Forte LXS. Just $111 per month lease. Why not get 2 for $222?
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, 10 grand off customer cash and dealer discount. EV9, $38,900 per thousand through KMF. 24 months, $111 per month, 10,000 miles per year, $49.52. Not all will qualify. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. That's why our Lowe's Red Vest associates can help with game time decisions. Plus, use in-store mode on the Lowe's app to find what you need. Under pressure at home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items and select zip codes only, subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Exclusions and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and an auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Broadleys is your trusted source for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning, and your go-to Mitsubishi Electric Elite Diamond Contractor in South Jersey. Say goodbye to fossil fuel burning systems and switch to a qualified all-electric, all-climate heat pump from Mitsubishi Electric with 0% financing for 84 months. Plus, if you make the switch before year-end, qualify for up to $2,000 back in federal tax credits. Call Broadleys today for a free quote at 609-390-3907 or visit broadleys.net.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
The holidays are here, and the Home Depot has everything you need to stay connected with smart home upgrades. Whether you're keeping an eye out for the big guy or keeping an eye on your family, the Home Depot has you covered with great tech, like the Ring Indoor Camera 2-pack with advanced motion detection, two-way talk, and color night vision. Just smart home devices the smart way with free delivery. Get holiday ready with seasonal savings happening now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Hi, I'm Dan Tracy. I'm a workers' compensation attorney. At Goldenberg Mackler, we've handled thousands of workers' compensation claims over the years. Our experienced attorneys understand the law and will fight to get you the benefits that you deserve. When injured at work, make the right call. through Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Sounds great, guys.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. I'm Mike Gill, Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. Is Red October Philly back or what? What's going on?
No, we moved. We had to make some structural changes.
Okay. I missed it. It was very in-depth and well done.
I appreciate that.
Am I guilting you back into it?
Maybe
really.
next season. Okay. Maybe next season. We'll see.
It was very
Build
well
up a nice little.
Red October Philly, baby. They love it. Well, Phillies win in really memorable, epic fashion. I mean, I think we're so in the moment right now, but to look back at what kind of game you got yesterday, wherever you might have watched it, whatever you might have been doing, I didn't really have any. I know the Eagles didn't play. It would have been weird if the Eagles did play, how that would have kind of filtered in. But I didn't feel like I was missing any of the football yesterday. Nothing. That game was so you were just so locked into that game. It was such an unbelievable, it had everything. It had everything in that game. We've been asking people, what's your favorite moment from the game yesterday? Is there something that stands out? Obviously, Castellanos' game-winning hit is the best, but is there a moment in the game yesterday that stands out of when you look back at this game 10, 20 years from now, if they end up winning a World Series, you say, it's like the Segura hit. Yeah. Everybody remembers that hit in the game against the Cardinals. Did that game have that? There were just so many of them. But it was like the 2022 team, Bob, that you could go back and be like the bat spike, the Harper home run against Suarez against the Pod. There were so many different things, and this game had so many of them in one game.
And that's the shame of all of this, right? It's a great game. It's an all-time game. And independent of what happens, maybe we get to a point where we say, wow, you rank the best games in the history of Citizens Bank Park. I suspect, however, with the expectations and the pressure and it all being about an end result, and I wonder about this, and I wonder how people have consumed this series and consumed yesterday's game. Are we really going to be able to enjoy that game for what it was if they don't get to the World Series or win this series?
No. No way.
Because it's going to just be, it was fun, but who cares?
Right. You're not going to look back and be like, it's one of those games too that's I was there. If they end up winning this whole thing, it's that was the one. Yeah. Because somebody just texted in 609-403-0973. The best moment has to be the Bryce Harper bomb. That place was dead. The team was down and out, and boom, a moonshot. That home run saves the season, essentially.
Yeah, you just don't want it to be a footnote in a 4 or 5 game series lost to the New York Mets. And that's the thing. I right now for me, I don't know how you are, but I watched that game. I was excited in the moment. I was fired up, right? And about 30 minutes later, I had turned the page. I'm thinking game 3, Manaea, Nola. Hey, Aaron, this is what's amazing about this. And I know you guys have a show tomorrow. You'll talk before the game. I look at this and say, this was about running it back with primarily the same team. And the guy that you decided to go all in on to keep this unit together, to keep the same group together, is Aaron Nola. And he is going to start the pivotal game of this series. And is he going to deliver?
Well, listen, Bob, the conversation leading into it was, do you start Sanchez in game 2? Do you have the gall to go to a kid and basically push Nola, who had been your opening day guy? Then you have Wheeler. He kind of handed the torch over to Wheeler there. Then you sign him to this big deal in the offseason when people were kind of over Nola. There's so many nights where you have a 2-0 lead and then he coughs it up, the Nola coaster that you go on all the time. And here he is now back in position to either win you back over. Now, people have mentioned how many big games he has pitched in. He's pitched in clinchers. deciding games, all these things. But here is the moment right here for Nola again. And it's like, you're only as good as your most recent moment. And he's had so many, he pitched the game that clinched the, playoff berth for them this year. He did it in 2022. He's had so many defining wins, yet I feel like people still don't believe in him. And here he is tomorrow night. So it all sets up because now, did you think they had the audacity to pitch Suarez in game 2? And is audacity the right word?
Sanchez or Suarez?
Sanchez.
Okay,
Sorry.
Sanchez. Well, I like the decision. And look,
it was a flat-out splits decision.
Yeah.
I think Sanchez is the better pitcher than Nola, right?
No, it's about, hey, I have two good options here. This was a good problem for the Phillies to have. It wasn't like, hey, we're rolling the dice. What would have really been rolling the dice is if Christopher Sanchez didn't exist and you said you were in the same spot with a guy like Ranger Suarez who had been throwing the ball poorly. That would be really rolling the dice. At least Rob had two options at his disposal where he said, all right, look, I can use some logic behind this and still feel pretty good either way.
Yeah, just think about how lucky they are.
I thought this was the right decision, and I did before it played out the way it did with Christopher Sanchez yesterday.
But think how lucky they are that this kid came out of nowhere. I mean, literally came out of nowhere. Christopher Sanchez was a guy who was so erratic. He couldn't throw strikes consistently, and last year he gets to the point where you're kind of trusting him. He pitched like the fourth game. He was that fourth guy. And now this year, he's at the point where you said, you know what, you're going to pitch game 2 of the playoff series, and we're going to push Nola back a game. I mean, it took a little bit of, I think, audacity.
Yeah, no, it
It
certainly took a leap of faith. And but you're seeing the difference between a kid that did struggle with command at times, who had a plus pitch in his changeup, and that thing was electric last year. And that's what really got him in the conversation. That's how he ended up as your game 4 starter last year. In the NLCS against Arizona. The thing here for me, or was that game 3 that he started? I actually forget now that I'm going back thinking about it. Yeah, was that against the Diamondbacks?
Yep.
But now it's 97 and a little bit better control and still has the plus pitch and the changeup. And, he's legit. We have to get to a point with him where we say, hey, Philly's got a top of the rotation guy here in Christopher Sanchez.
Well, you just mentioned, you don't know about, as soon as that game's over, you're turning the page. You're right. You're doing this job and you're thinking to yourself, yeah, all the moments, everything is great. But generally when the team wins, everyone's happy, but they're like, what's next? What's next? What's next? Yeah, you want to reflect to go back. The Harper home run is unbelievable. It goes to, I think he tied Schwarber for most home runs now in team history. You think about this crew, Schwarber, Harper, they've now passed over the Harpers and the Rollins and the Utleys, except for one area. They don't have the World Series.
And I think that's what adds extra pressure and adds extra expectation to this whole thing.
You and I talked about it Friday, though. If this group doesn't get it done, then what?
Because you're talking about all-timers, right? If this Phillies team does it this year, wins a World Series, think about the level that these guys go to and how they're going to be remembered for forever in this city. Kyle Schwarber. Is he a Mount Rushmore guy? No. But he's one of the most beloved Phillies, probably. He's on a short list of maybe the top 15, 20 most beloved Phillies of all time. He's their leader. He's the guy. And everybody knows what he means to them from a chemistry standpoint and from a leadership standpoint. If they win the World Series, I'm telling you, he goes to that level. He's that guy.
It's such an interesting thing. Like Schwarber, because, he's not the most talkative guy. When he talks, he's very quiet, concise. He's not, but I don't know. He is a weird one.
It must be, maybe I'm using some of my, reporter experience and having been down there and having been in that clubhouse. I can tell you unequivocally, he is the guy. When it comes to leadership, he is, not to say he's the only guy, but I think he is the primary driver of it. And I think it started back in 2022 at the end of September when the Phillies were going through their collapse and everybody said, same old Phillies, this is a total waste of time. I think it was Kyle Schwarber's influence and his experience and his winning pedigree that got that team over the hump, got them into the playoffs, and then drove that bus all the way to the World Series.
Well, and it's such an interesting, now that you're saying, we forget yesterday too. Severino's in the game. Clemens flies out. Schwarber grounds out. Turner gets a single with 2 outs. You forget about Turner has to get on base there, and then Harper hurts the homer, then Castellanos. But Turner's another one. He has won a World Series. Schwarber has won a World Series, yet they haven't done it here. And it's like, the whole standing ovation thing for Turner last year, but is he connected the way we thought it was?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that people have embraced Trey Turner the way, and I understand that the standing ovation happened, and that was a nice moment, but I don't think that there's been this embrace of him quite yet. It's like, what do we have in this guy? We have a pretty good ball player, but he's sort of streaky. And I know that he had some hits of significance in the postseason last year, especially against Atlanta. But you just feel like you're waiting for that signature Trey Turner moment. I actually did wonder in the 9th inning. I mean, he was obviously key in what happened, sparking that final run in the walk-off. But I was like, is this the moment he does it? Does he go deep here, and does he become that dude and kind of get himself ingrained and ingratiated with this fan base?
Well, he also has an 11-year contract. I think that has everything to do with.
Well, I'll tell you what,
that.
the 11-year deal is a good point to bring up because when he signed here,
it's a long time.
It is a long, long time. But when he signed here, you remember right after he signed, he went on this epic run in the World Baseball Classic. And you're thinking, wow, you're adding this guy to Harper and Schwarber. And it feels like it hasn't been what you thought. And even though, like, at the end of the day, you look at his numbers, you're like, hey, he had a really good year.
Yeah, he had a very good year.
But it just doesn't feel like it has the impact of him hitting here and him hitting behind him like that it should. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, look, independent of what happens here, I'm going to get to the offseason. You're going to say, hey, what do you think they need to do, right? And I'm going to tell you, I think they need another impact bat. And you're like, well, how many years in a row can we do this?
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Well,
part of it is, yes, you're right. You know, you look at this team and this series, you're hitting Bryson Stott in the 5-hole right now because you don't have an impact bat. And listen, I like Bohm. I like Bohm's approach. But to me, if I'm being honest, Bohm shouldn't be hitting 4 or 5. He should be hitting 6 or 7. Like, if he's hitting 6 or 7 on this team, you're looking at Bohm as a totally different kind of guy. Now, he's done a admirable job driving runs in, hitting in a spot in the order that he shouldn't be in. I can admit that. Like, I like Bohm. I think he's a 6 or 7 hitter, though, not a 4 or 5 hitter.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
So you look at, you make the trade for Austin Hayes. That certainly hasn't worked out. So they went again with a team that just doesn't have their and look, you just mentioned it. Schwarber makes a lot of money. I mean, we forget about it. He makes over $100 million. Turner makes $300 million. Harper makes $325. We forget Castellanos makes over $100 million. The impact of Castellanos isn't as much as he carried this team
There you
yesterday.
go again, hating on Castellanos.
I'm just saying, when you signed him, this guy hit 300 with 34 homers and 100 RBI, and he got paid. It's like Jalen Hurts. He got paid on that season.
He did. And
he is not performing to that level, and that's part of the reason why this offense has its questions, because the guys that you paid, in the end, you're looking at and saying, am I getting $300 million out of production out of Trey Turner?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to have decisions to make, and you're going to have one more year of Kyle Schwarber under contract at about $20 million. You're going to have Nick Castellanos under contract for 2 more years beyond this one at about $20 million per. Can you add to that? Can you figure, hey, that these contracts will expire at some point? We can go out and add another guy at $20-25 million that's going to make a big-time offensive impact. You re-sign Kyle Schwarber. I think right now I'm inclined to say that they probably will. But what's his market going to be like? And would he be willing to take a little bit less to stay here and keep this intact? These are all questions to be answered. Probably not today, but stuff that you have to think about. And unfortunately, the reality of the situation is you might have to think about these questions and the answers to them a lot sooner than you'd like to.
Yeah, listen, and in yesterday's game certainly hits the pause button on all those decisions, because if you lose that game yesterday, that's the first thing everybody's thinking.
That's what we're talking about right now.
Right. It's the first thing everybody's thinking is, there's no way you're coming back and winning the series, right? There's no way you're going on the road, winning 2, and then coming back here and winning another one. You're pretty much confined to that. And them doing that yesterday, and it's the guys that did it. That, to me, is what stands out. It's Harper and Castellanos, who I've been really tough on. I get it. But, hey, he did what your expectations of him were when they got him. Is you're the guy that's going to hit behind Harper and protect him. Sadly, they had to move him out of that spot last year because he couldn't do it. They had to put Alec Bohm in that spot.
I would not be surprised tomorrow with Sean Manaea on the mound if JT Realmuto was not in the 5 spot. I think that's where they're going to go here. JT Realmuto did not have a very good weekend at the plate offensively. However, he did hit 284 in September. He had an OPS north of 800. And on this team right now, with some of the limitations in their options, it's probably the most attractive one if you're not going to stick with Bohm in a 5 spot. Or, and again, I don't think even if Stott plays, I don't know that you can trust him to that degree to hit him 5th. So to me, that's the obvious place to go at this point.
Well, that's the thing is, okay, Bohm's back in the lineup. Where does he go?
I would not hit him in the middle third. I would actually hit him 7th tomorrow if that's how I would do it. Because what I would do is I would go Castellanos 4. I would go Real Muto 5. Let's assume Stott. Let's just say for the sake of this conversation, Stott plays. I would hit him 6th. I'd hit Bohm 7th. I can't run 3 righties in the middle of the order altogether.
And then Hayes is hitting 8th and Rojas is hitting 9th.
Yeah. I mean, I know that the idea is like maybe you can plug Austin Hayes in and hit him 5th or 6th, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did this. This is what I would do versus what they might do.
Yep.
Just Austin Hayes has not put together anything that makes me say, yes, let's hit him somewhere in the middle of this lineup. I just – hopefully he has that breakout game. You say, thank God they traded for that guy. But right now, coming into this matchup,
I got to tell you,
it's not great.
When he came up yesterday – and against a right-handed pitcher. Now, I guess he had gone in as a defensive replacement, and he comes up in the 9th or whenever it was. Was it the 9th? I think it was the 9th. He led off the 9th, and you're thinking, really?
Yeah.
Hayes here now, right? I mean, like, you're at the point where you'd rather see Cody Clemens swing the bat than Austin Hayes and probably Weston Wilson.
Yeah.
Right?
And look, I mean, he was hurt. He went up. He was actually shelved twice. I mean,
it's all encompassing, though, isn't it?
You know, it's all part of it, though. I mean, unfortunately, the reality is that in the times that he's gotten opportunities, he just has not. He's not shown them anything.
Yeah, I listen. It was one of the big discussions leading into this was, are they going to play Hayes every day? Yeah. Like, it looked like their intentions were to play Hayes every day until the injuries and all this kind of came up, and then maybe they had a reverse course because you're wondering if they were going to play Hayes in left every day, Marsh over in center, and then even against lefties, were they just going to keep Marsh out there just because they wanted to play? They had guys texting in, on the text board just like they're going to play Hayes because they traded for him.
I expect Austin Hayes to start tomorrow.
That is true. I mean, why would you trade for him if you're not going to put him in against a lefty in a playoff series?
But they have said many times that they viewed him as an everyday player.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the kidney issue, I think, was the final blow to that happening this year as an everyday guy. Well, but I do think he will start tomorrow.
I know this is a really broad, big picture question, but like right now with the way Bohm's going and everything else, is this lineup good enough?
Well, I would tell you that it is not if this is the bullpen that they're going to get. If the idea is that the Phillies are going to need to outslug their pitching deficiencies, then no. I mean, they're not built to do this. As much as we want to rattle off all of these names and all of these salaries and say, oh, look, they should score 6-7 runs a game. That's just not the reality of the situation. The reality is that they have a couple guys that can thump. They can get hot for a couple days here and there, but there's not a ton of consistency. This team is built to hit a couple home runs, get good starting pitching, and use a bullpen that's 5 or 6 deep, in theory, to come in and close out these games. They're supposed to be able to extinguish fires late in games. And that is the one thing that has me a little bit anxious about this week. If you told me that they were going to split at home, I'd say no problem. I still think that the Phillies have the advantage. I think they'll win at least one game at Citi Field, and I'll take Zach Wheeler. I'll take my chances with him at home in a Game 5. But what does have me nervous is that if Matt Strahm and Jeff Hoffman aren't going to be Matt Strahm and Jeff Hoffman, that changes the math on everything, and they do have deficiencies in this lineup.
And it's something that I brought up all season long was whenever you get a game where the Phillies could do something that a lot of teams couldn't, they can get their starter to pitch into the 6th inning or the 7th. And I would say this is the blueprint for the Phillies to win is your starter gives you 6, and then you had these 4 or 5 relievers, any combination of Strahm, Hoffman, Alvarado, Kerkering, and then you added Estevez to the mix. If you could get 3 of those 5 guys to pitch the 7th, 8th, and 9th, you're pretty much feeling pretty good that you have a chance to win that game.
Nobody wants to hear this, but you ask Dave Dombrowski, like their internal conversations, they say, what's the strength of this team? And they say, well, we have 3 starting pitchers that we feel great about. The Suarez thing is sort of going off the rails here.
Well, that's the point. Is Game 4. What happens in
Game
4?
And that's what's so scary about it.
Right?
Because I'd say, hey, listen, they can survive. They're built to survive a 2-3 inning, very aggressive hook on Ranger Suarez because of how deep and how versatile this bullpen is. That's all said, closing your eyes and pretending this weekend didn't happen.
Here's a question for you. Yesterday's game, 2023. Alvarado's pitching that ninth inning, is he not?
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Or
Yeah, I mean,
Kimbrel.
yeah. Oh, yeah, Kimbrel. But Alvarado was ahead of Strom.
Right. No, I'd say
In
Kimbrel
terms
wasn't
of
here.
the left-handed options,
Right.
yes. I mean,
if this was last year, the way Alvarado had been throwing, and the ninth inning came, you probably would have gone to him yesterday.
He hasn't pitched at all. He hasn't pitched yet.
No.
but there's nothing that Matt Strom has done
No.
that would make you hesitate to go to him, and that's the that's the shame of it, I guess, for Matt Strom. It's a shame of it for the Phillies is that he had just a nightmare weekend. And I said it earlier, and I'll repeat it if you're just getting in the car now, but Matt Strom did not give up runs in back-to-back appearances this season. He gave up multiple runs 4 times and 3 times after April 1st. And he gave up multiple runs in both appearances this weekend. You're just not expecting that.
No, and you said it earlier, and I have to agree with you. Like the one guy I think both of us kind of were iffy on was Estevez, and he was the one guy who came in and threw a clean 8-pitch inning, and then you're wondering, do you just stick with him? And they went to Strom. I was really surprised. What's just like I would have no qualms going back to Strom at all. I was surprised he was the guy yesterday.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, these are the guys they're going to have to rely on, obviously. And if you're the Phillies, you're just hoping that the greater body of work is more indicative of what's going to happen than what we saw in a very, very isolated small sample size.
So is the message that he went to Strom that he lost some confidence in Hoffman?
I don't think so. I think that in the spot that you went to Hoffman yesterday in the 8th inning, you just said to yourself, like, we have got to get through this inning. Like, we can't, or I'm sorry, we have to, I'm sorry, he went to Strom first,
In
right?
the middle,
yeah.
and then he goes in the middle.
So,
of the
no, I
infield.
think it's about Lindor. So I think the whole thing was really about Lindor is why he
They
went
wanted him to hit right-handed?
Yeah. I think that they like the matchup. And, like, when they do this, it's not just let's look at the platoon splits. Let's turn them around. It's about pitch pro. I mean, this is how – so everyone understands this. The conversation is not just, okay, can he hit lefties? Can he hit righties? Where do we prefer him to hit in this situation? It's about pitch profiles. What does this guy throw? What type of break does it have? How does that work against a hitter's swing path? I mean, this is all part of the conversations that they have. And so when you hear Rob talk about pockets, these are the things that they evaluate when they make these decisions on paper hours before the game starts.
Now, Lindor did get us. I mean, he singled.
He did.
And then Vientos comes up and hits the home run.
Now, you also have to execute. I mean, Strom gets ahead against.
Well, you couldn't take him out at that point because you have to face
You're
three.
in. You're in. Yeah, I mean, look, it comes down to execution. You can lay it out on paper. I mean, we all know this. You can lay it out on paper however you want and say this makes sense and this pitch profile works against this swing plane and, you still got to make your pitch.
But you just brought it up, and Thompson brought it up, like this, it's predetermined before the game.
Yeah.
Which
do they do that for Game 4 when everyone's got a pitch?
Well,
assumingly,
I think they reshuffle the deck and go back over the pockets again.
I think that there's a plan A where we get depth out of Ranger, which is probably max 4 innings at this point. I don't.
Jensky, or that Ranger is the Ranger that we saw in September.
I'm going to be a coward in middle this. I think that he's going to give them 3 or 4 innings of competitive baseball, empty the tank, and maybe 2 runs. I think we'll be okay.
Because guys are pretty important to this team in 2022 and 2023. So to have him not on the radar at all entering these playoffs is a little weird.
Aaron Noel better go 6 tomorrow.
Woo, baby. All right. We're getting ready to we got only a half hour left. Holy mackerel, flying day.
Still nothing, by the way, in Tigers Guardians.
Scoop. Good traded for him. No, that was one of the bunches, right?
Could he clean up?
Right. Did he hit cleanup?
We have a cleanup guy now.
That's right, man. He won the game yesterday.
I agree.
We're live with Fanatics Sportsbook. Let me tell you about Indian restaurant, 40 in Egg Harbor Township. They got an awesome deal happening right now. Look at this. They've got during the Eagles game. Check out their Eagles football special. Free tandoori spicy chicken wings. The week the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. So if the Eagles win on Sunday, you can win that whole next week. Get free wings at His Mom's Indian Restaurant, 40 in Egg Harbor Township. Special lunch buffet on Sunday from 11:30 to 3. And they're open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30. All right, coming up, we got the big three. Sports Bash rolling on live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, the Gallery Bar Booking Games on 97.3 ESPN.
When you need the best Phillies coverage, there's only one place to get it.
Stott swing goes the other way, left center field, the hit into the alleyway. This rolls all the way to the wall. Around third, here comes Castellanos. He scores. Bryson Stott, an opposite field double.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season is back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop our lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit us in Egg Harbor Township or online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and auto pay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more. All at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Nick Castellanos with a walk-off RBI single as the Philadelphia Phillies defeated the New York Mets 7-6 Sunday, capturing Game 2 and evening up the NLDS at a game apiece. Tuesday night, the two teams will play at Citi Field. Aaron Nola will get the start for the Phillies. Sean Manaea will go for the Mets. The Yankees will continue their playoff series tonight in the Bronx as they host Kansas City for Game 2. Yankees winning 6-5 Saturday to capture the opening game of the series. Carlos Rodon will get the start tonight for the Yankees. Royals will counter with Cole Ragans. The Philadelphia Philadelphia Eagles returning for week number 6 in the NFL. Sunday, they'll host the Cleveland Browns at the Link. Philadelphia is sitting at 2-2 after a week 4 loss to Tampa Bay. Cleveland 1-4. They're coming off a loss on Sunday to the Washington Commanders. NHL, the Flyers opening up the regular season Friday night, starting in Vancouver, where they'll take on the Canucks. They'll open with 4 straight games on the road. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners of a complete his or hers YSL collection, now through October 26th. Show your timeless sophistication during the YSL collection drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zero. After 5 relatively warm days, temperatures will take a step downward through the rest of the week. It'll start to feel like fall around here, especially early mornings and late nights. Tonight will dip to around 51 degrees. Pinelands probably in the 40s overnight with mainly clear skies. Mostly sunny and a bit cooler tomorrow overall, high of 70. Sunny and dry and 70 again on Wednesday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
New Jersey is leading the nation in clean energy investments with one thing in mind: you. Save money while saving the planet. New Jersey's Clean Energy Program is a statewide program that offers incentives, programs, and services that benefit New Jersey residents, businesses, education, government, and nonprofit entities to help us all save energy, money, and the environment. Discover how you can start saving today and help ensure a cleaner future. Visit njcleanenergy.com to see what New Jersey's Clean Energy Program can do for you. A message from the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, live from the Fanatics Sportsbook, the Gallery Bar Booking Games. If you would have placed one bet on this series, here's $100. Go to that window right now. What's your best bet moving forward?
Phillies Mets? Yep. Phillies in 5.
Phillies
exact
in 5.
Series result.
Exact series result. I like that.
Yeah. Plus odds action for you.
I got my Bet365 play of the day. I gave you 6 plays on Friday. Every one of them hit. I hope you played them.
Now, you're not making any money on this.
Well, I was in Delaware. You can't bet down there.
Well, you got to take that short drive to Maryland or PA and just place the bet and then come right on back.
I'm on the ferry. I wasn't thinking about it. I recommend the ferry. You haven't been on the ferry before, Bob?
I have
Wankel,
not been on the ferry before.
Good time. You drive over and then come right back.
If I are ever going somewhere that is so unsophisticated that it doesn't have legal online sports betting, I pack my suitcase, I sit down, I make my deposit into the account, and I place all my bets. It's like part of my preparation for a trip.
I didn't realize Delaware didn't have it.
Yeah.
And then I tried to log in, and it was like, there was like messages like you could be arrested if you try to place the bet. Like the authorities will come find you. I was getting all these messages. I was like, come on.
Like on the app?
Yeah, they got a message on the screen. It was like if you try to place a bet in this state, like because it was like pretty authoritative. I was like,
Like, my bad. I just didn't know it hadn't passed yet.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I didn't realize. I thought Delaware had sports betting.
Yeah.
I guess not.
I guess in person they do, but maybe not online. Is that right?
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I think you can place in person bets.
I certainly couldn't place on the app. I tried.
I know you can't do that. No.
All right, today's big 3, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, brought to you by Key Acura of Atlantic City for a great car buying experience. Go see my guy Rocco and the Key Acura team at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road, EHT, your small but friendly dealer online, Key Acura, AtlanticCity.com. All right, Josh, what do we got today?
Mike, my big story first. I got to ask you about the news that came out earlier today. Shams going to ESPN. But, Mike, there's a little more than that. ESPN's Burke Magnus has confirmed in an interview with Front Office Sports and SBJ, Sports Business Journal. They did a little presser whip around. He said, quote, that they explored a number of options, including Jeff Passett potentially replacing Woj. So first, Mike, your thoughts on Shams going to ESPN, and number 2, ESPN confirming that Passett could have been the next Woj.
I thought the Shams thing was a fait accompli, really.
Yes, it felt like the
Pretty logical.
Natural progression.
Yeah,
right.
the only thing, I do a podcast that's very sports media centric. We'll have our podcast on tomorrow. But I also, this is one of the things that we'll talk about tomorrow in depth on that podcast. But that being said, I think McAfee has a lot of pull over there. And Shams is McAfee's guy. They would take shots at Woj on that show all the time. And I think, McAfee's voice of taking Shams and kind of pushing him, the passing thing never made a lot of sense other than him and Woj worked together at Yahoo and that maybe Woj was pushing for him. I got to imagine Woj is not thrilled with this.
I don't know. I mean, Woj moved on, right?
Yeah,
so
but him and Shams do not get along very well. No. That whole rivalry that they had.
Was he going to handpick his successor?
Well, I think if Jeff Passan's name was in the mix, that he was like
NBA insider in waiting.
But then there's like a domino effect because if Jeff Passan becomes the NBA insider, then they got to hire somebody to tweet about Shohei Ohtani every 4 minutes. So
Jesse Rogers.
Like,
well, I would say, do they really care about baseball?
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, they won't in about a couple of years when they kind of lose their.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So they know basketball, NBA is higher up their priority list than the 3 weeks a year they have to be involved in baseball, and then one day at the trade deadline. Yeah. But I thought the Passan thing. Now the other story that came out last week was Adam Schefter was under consideration, and that he was going to be like the ultimate insider. I don't know. That was a little, corny.
Schefter does love the NBA.
Yeah.
He's infamous for playing a lot of DFS NBA during the season.
To be an insider on the NFL and then have to worry about the NBA at the same time, that seems to be a little far-fetched. But no, I'm not surprised by Shams getting that job.
Now, do you like Shams getting the job is the other question. Like, do you think that was a good fit?
You know what I find interesting? Look, I'm not the number one NBA fan.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like the Sixers. I'll follow it. So
Sixers
I don't
play tonight, by the way.
I don't have this
on TV.
On TV.
Yeah.
Very excited.
NBC Philadelphia. What else are they airing? Another Michael Barkan rant?
But it stuns me from afar. It's like, I love the NFL. Like I don't do Ian Rappaport versus Adam Schefter. Like it's just information.
Well, this
guy's
is a
talking
whole,
to agents just being like, here you go.
This is a whole thing in that world.
It's
I'm
weird
pretty
to me.
in that world
You like that,
of
huh?
the sports media, sports business. And what is the value? What value did Woj bring to ESPN? Like, what is the value of him and his Woj bomb putting it out 2 minutes before the team confirms it? Like, what kind of value do you place on a newsbreaker?
Well, then what's the value of bringing in
Not
Shams?
much. I would say not much. It's more Twitter-based, X-based.
But then that's a whole other thing is they say, like, you are taking information and putting it on a platform that your organization doesn't even own.
Right, but I'm sure that there's a lot of metrics that show that because you have that credibility, now we're going to tune into ESPN's midday programming, NBA's pregame show programming, because if you're a team that you feel like is going to make a move, whether it be in the offseason or midseason, you want to tune in to see what this guy has to say.
Well,
it's just a way of pulling those people
Well,
in.
is it the information that he brings to the table, or is he just another talking head for ESPN?
Well, I think it's like, for instance, what is the value of a play-by-play guy? Like, do you watch because of so-and-so is the play-by-play guy, or are you going to watch the game no matter who the play-by-play guy
I don't
is?
watch a game because there is a certain broadcast team on, but I do feel, because I am someone that cares very much about like media members and the way that this gets done. I mean, hell, Crossing Broad, Radio Wars, that's our whole thing, right? But I will certainly say if there's a game featuring two mediocre teams and it has the right broadcast booth, like I'm in. Like I could listen to Kevin Harlan call anything.
Yeah. But I think but the question is like, what is the data showing to say having Shams as our insider is going to make us money? Because he puts out the tweet first. Because ESPN does not like to give somebody else the credit.
Correct.
Like it's never, Shams Charania was the first to report it. It's always ESPN has confirmed. Yes.
Right. They confirmed other reports.
Right. So
now there's no competition for ESPN. I mean, they own Shams now. Who's next? Who's the competition?
Chris Haynes would be the other guy. He's like the third guy, but he's a free agent now as well.
Right. So who are they competing with information-wise now?
Well, that's why a lot of people were wondering, are they going to just take somebody from within? Although Shams, if he was at the Athletic.
Well, you know what's going to happen. You know the other competitor in this space, it's going to be the sports books.
Well, that's where Shams was too. He was with the Athletic and FanDuel. So
there are certain brands that are going all in on these insiders because it ties in so naturally to what they're offering.
Well, and like the other thing is like, okay, so TNT is losing the NBA. Does NBC go and get a newsbreaker? Do they find someone to be their guy? Does Amazon Prime kind of get that guy? Because now games are going to go to Amazon Prime.
Mike,
in the year.
I will say that NBC has started that pattern already because they went out and scooped up Nicole Auerbach from the Athletic, and now she is there. She's not just college football, she's their college sports insider to the point where they have her every time they go in studio now for anything college related. She's there. So I could totally see NBC scooping up Haynes.
I don't know. I mean, you probably would know this more about like what's the value of a newsbreaker to,
I think it's about just
Anthony would get some hockey stuff
credibility
for you guys, right?
Yeah. Because that's what happens. I mean, if you're crossing broad and you were breaking stories about the Flyers that other outlets weren't, it was like, okay, the Flyers especially, they are sort of underserved here. The Flyers are not the top priority for a lot of sites. So if you're a Flyers fan, you want some gossip, some information, some stuff that you're not getting elsewhere, you're going to Crossing Broad for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think
or Shams, you were.
Yeah, I think Shams is the top guy, obviously, out there. He gets more of his information from certain. That's the whole thing. They're getting it from the agents. Woj had his relationships with certain agents, and Shams has his certain relationships.
Well, I like when the football writers get the same information. It all goes out together, and it's like deal done by, and then they list the agent name. Like, I wonder where you got this scoop from.
Yeah.
Like, you're not even trying to hide it anymore.
Well, that's the big place, or a big thing is like, your relationships with agents. And, I know, and this is a lot. Now that we're in inside baseball, Woj is a CAA guy, and there's a lot of people in that pipeline that have the same representation that are giving him information. So, all right, what else we got?
By the way, if you do want that Flyers inside information, you go to 973ESPN.com and get it from Kevin Durso.
Durso stopped out here today, by the way.
I'm looking at Durso right now in the studio.
Yeah, Durso was here. He's going to be a father. Just him and his wife just announced they're having a child. So congratulations to Durso. And Durso, the grind begins for him Friday night. They're in Vancouver.
That's right. Mike, story number 2. So all of the NFC East teams won yesterday. I know most people might have heard about the Cowboys, but I'm still perplexed how the Seahawks coughed up that game to the Giants yesterday, and Washington manhandled the Browns. So your guys' thoughts on all of the NFC East winning while the Eagles were at home?
Well, I didn't watch the second half of the Dallas game. I will tell you, I tapped out at that point, but I wasn't all that impressed with what I saw in the first half. But I will give them credit for fighting back and winning that game with 20 seconds left. But it seems that there's a little something going on there between CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. That's one takeaway.
That was more lip reading last night. Yeah. I believe CD said subpar throw.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
It looked like he said subpar throw or something to that effect was what it looked like. And then, of course, he doesn't throw the ball to him in the game-winning drive. That's
right.
One. I said all offseason that if the kid Daniels could play, that Washington team was legit. It looks like he can play, and so far they're legit. Now,
kind of curious to see if the betting markets catch up to the Commanders a little bit. I looked at the lines yesterday, and I see Commanders at home with all this hype about this kid, a 3-point favorite over the Browns. And I was thinking to myself,
yesterday.
Yeah, I'm like, how is this possible? I'm like, this screams Cleveland. And then what unfolded. It was a catastrophe for the Browns. I do wonder, like, are we going to get a correction on this team eventually? Right now, the Eagles are still favored to win the NFC East, by the way. You taking that bet?
Probably. And the problem with the Washington, I don't know, man. Like last year, CJ Stroud, there was a time I remember I was sitting right here and I said, you know what? It was like week 11, 12. And I said, right now, that's the guy I'm betting to win MVP. And at some point, like, it just kind of runs out on that. Yeah. Like, the long season kind of hits you at some point. By the way, Nico Collins got hurt week to week now. That hurts there. Because when he went out last night, the pass game changed for CJ Stroud because he's my fantasy quarterback or yesterday. So I'm noticing that difference there as well. But I do believe in this Washington team. They're always kind of a pain in the ass for the Eagles too. So when they play against each other, they've been a pain in the ass with like whoever's been the quarterback down. Sam Howell rips them up. Yeah. And now you put a legitimate guy in there. I don't love that matchup for Philadelphia. But The Giants, too, by the way, the WVU wide receiver gets the block, scoops it up and takes it to the house. Wheaton.
That was a great – even after they got down to the 1 in the first quarter, they fumble. Seattle brings it back for a touchdown, and then they wind up winning the game.
But for them to win that game without Neighbors –
That's impressive. And, I mean, you go back to last Thursday night, they're a drive away from beating the Cowboys. I mean, you know.
Their defense is legit, though.
They were in the game with the Commanders. That team is not it's not a dumpster fire Giants team.
They just don't have a lot of offensive prowess.
No.
They don't have a lot of talent, but they got some studs on defense.
Yeah.
Their defense,
Scrappy.
their defense is very good. And they're the kind of teams like you worry about sometimes. Like they can just hang around the game, especially with Philadelphia's inconsistent defensive outputs.
This is the month
no pass rush.
This is the month for the Eagles. That schedule.
Yeah.
Cleveland, the Giants,
Jacksonville.
Cincinnati,
Jacksonville won yesterday.
Jacksonville.
Yes, Jacksonville
it's
finally
time.
won.
After giving up 24
Cincinnati.
straight.
See, Cincinnati's what, 1-5?
1-4.
1-4, but you feel like that team's scary.
Yeah, you just wonder though if they can't get a win before they see the Eagles, it just reaches a point where
The most curious decision of the weekend, though, is Buffalo. What were they doing?
clock
this year?
management at the end of the
Oh, that
game.
was horrible.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That was so dumb.
But we talk about take the points, Nick, and all these stuff, and you see the way they managed the last, 25 seconds of that game? I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
So
McDermott's
bad.
another guy that good coach, look at the record, always has his team competitive, but you know, he has his moments where he just feels like he gives away 2 or 3.
All right, what else we got?
Finally, Mike, I want to ask you because the WNBA playoffs have seen about 1 million viewers drop off since Caitlin Clark has been knocked out of the postseason, but she is going the Steph Curry route this offseason. Caitlin Clark will be participating in the Annika Sorenstam Pro-Am in November. So I want to ask you guys, Caitlin Clark, who she will not tell anybody what her golf handicap is, but she claims that she uses hybrid clubs, which apparently has impressed people like Zach Johnson, who plays on the PGA Tour. So would you guys tune in to see Caitlin Clark play golf on November 12th?
I didn't really even watch her play a lot of basketball, let alone play golf. Now, that's not to say I did see, put it this way, I watched more of her than I've watched of that league in its existence.
Did you watch more of her at Iowa, though,
Yes.
when she got to, as opposed to WNBA?
But not even that. I watched very little of her, period. For no other reason than there's just other things on it that, like I said, and this is another thing we talk about on the podcast. We've been talking about it on the podcast the last couple of weeks. The WNBA didn't do themselves any favors putting their games on up against football on Sunday.
Which was poor.
They played yesterday on a Sunday afternoon.
Nobody
You
cares.
got Vegas playing New York, the 2 biggest teams in your league, and you're up against football. And they kept doing this. They did this. And by the way, the week that Clark played on Sunday afternoon at 3:00, she had like almost 2 million viewers. You got to give her credit for that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The
But I have no
viewership.
interest in watching her play golf, I don't think.
Okay, so you don't care. Bob, Pete, any interest?
No.
I watch
Marginal?
her take a swing.
I didn't even have any interest in watching Steph Curry play
I watch
golf.
her take a swing.
Okay.
I guess.
On a Tuesday, maybe.
Tournament's Tuesday through Saturday.
On Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm
see,
in on a Tuesday.
That's
for
what I was
10
saying before.
minutes.
The WNBA should have played their playoff games Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. That's your night. You stay away from the others. Everybody else
Only play on Tuesday night.
Just know your role.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday.
Stay in your lane.
We got-
Stay out of the way.
Season's over before the max starts, middle of the week.
All other leagues, not just the WNBA. Baseball, don't play on the Phillies. NLCS, if they make the NLCS, game 1 is on Sunday.
I mean, hockey's big opening night tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Now,
fired up.
wait. Now, you guys were telling me that somebody played in Prague. I knew there was somebody playing in Prague, but that game already happened.
Sabres Devils, 2 games.
2 games, yeah.
They counted.
And
It's like
Devils
when-
won both of
It's
them.
like when baseball goes over and plays
I
a
know,
game in Japan.
but I did not see the results of those games. I didn't heard nothing about
Devils won both of them.
it. Damn, I missed them.
Devils
I'm
won
going to
both
Prague.
Yeah.
In August.
Globetrotter.
All right, we're going to wrap up the show from the Fanatics Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar booking game coming up next. Here on the Sports Fast live on 97.3 ESPN.
The playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Swing and a line drive. In left field. That's hit to the wall. And again, is Jake Turner, and the Phillies have won game 2.
The Mets and Phillies locked up at 1 game each. Ship to Queens for a pivotal game 3.
It's the NLDS Phillies Mets Game 3 on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow night, coverage begins at 5 p.m.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal. Getting $50 gift card you can use and $0,000 if you up for just $25. Get this great deal starting Friday at SeizeTheDeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to SeizeTheDeal.com. SeizeTheDeal.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Here in New Jersey, it's one wow after another, after another, after another. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. It's a little bit orchard and a little bit vineyard. It's Terhune Orchards in Princeton. You'll be wowed by acres of pick-your-own fruits and vegetables, including apples and pumpkins, of course. Their fully stocked farm market is open year-round, and their winery tasting room offers flights of their finest red, white, and fruit wines. Terhune Orchards Fall Family Fun Weekends continue through early November. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies medium tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
5:53, getting ready to get out here. Time for the Bet365 play of the day. What's the update?
Yesterday's standings after a 6-0 Friday for Mike Gill. He has 32 and 15.
That's a pretty good clip right there. Not bad. Chris Olave. Kamara over 65. I like to see.
I thought you heard me. Oh, okay. Word over 3.5. Savior. Yep. Kelsey. Yeah, 6 plays on Friday. All winners. All right, that's it. Browns, Philly, game 1. Monday here at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Out here watching Guardians and Tigers. Nothing in the 7th. Baseball playoffs.
These Bullpens now, boy.
Back here next Monday with recapping the Browns, Eagles, and the Phillies. Hopefully, well, either way, we recapping the Phillies. I guess that series Wednesday. They sweep it out. Think they do?
Phil's in 4?
Yeah, maybe.
I got Phil's in 5. I'm Phil's in 5.
All right, we'll recap it all. And then tomorrow, of course, we're back here on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great night, everybody.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles host the Cleveland Browns in